Hello, hello. Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. I can have a sandwich, please. I'm making a sandwich too. I made ham, egg, and cheese. Hold on. She's back. She's back. I'm back. I'm back. Ryan, CJ, Cosmosis, Lucas, all the friends. Babe, welcome in. Today, welcome to Sunday Fun Day. Let me get myself situated here because I had work this morning and I haven't eaten. Oh, I haven't eaten. So we're gonna be munching on stream. I'm gonna be really vulnerable with you guys and eat on stream. Ooh. Let's put the headphones on. Or actually, I'm gonna put my AirPods in. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody's Sunday so far? I hope everyone's having a great weekend. Get my AirPods in. I'm so unprepared, guys. I'm so sorry. I wanted to make sure I streamed for a while today. And in doing so, made myself super busy trying to get to and from my house in a reasonable time. Let's put this here. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Let's. Hell yes. Hi, everybody. Also, Ryan, you're here. I bought an Umbreon toy, an Umbreon plush yesterday. Maybe we can get away with look. Guys, we have a sandwich. Everyone take a look at. Well, we'll do one half because the other one's really messy. Ooh. Ham, egg, and cheese. Mm-hmm. Yes. Guys, we're gonna be building. Ooh. Look at us starting in our house. I love our new house. Message from Pokedex. Ooh, more ripples. Mm. It's War Turtle. Because he doesn't have a house anymore. Neither does Minchino. We're making some progress. I forgot the music needs to be turned off. Hi, Monte. Monte, I owe you a picture. How are you doing? Happy Sunday. Thank you for playing with me yesterday. I honestly had so much fun with you. All night last night. Stream was so fun. Oh my god, Star, welcome in. I'm good, thank you. How are you? I'm having my first meal of the day. After work. See, CJ, like, who needs a check-in when you have a 40 stream streak? You know what I mean? Like, what good is a check-in if a 40 stream streak is enough? How are you, Kitty? How are you? Internet's playing with the trash. Hi, Momo. Welcome in, Momo. Gonna be Lurksies? Yeah, of course. Sounds good. Oh, let me show you the progress we made on a bridge. There it is. So we made a new bridge. How's work? Work was really long and really tiring, but we made it through. This is our new little cute little bridge area. Definitely more built out. I'm really happy about it. There you go. I can. Ooh, cute. It was yeah, this morning was kind of tough. Did not want to wake up early. I think I felt bad too because we were having so much fun yesterday. I felt like I had to like just cut stream off in order to make sure I went to bed. But I had so much fun, and work wasn't bad. We did get a delivery, so it's the start of our busy season at the landscaping, like the plant company, because we're getting all our shrubs and like all of our annuals, all the like flowers that people typically plant in their lawns in the spring. It's also like lawn season. Ooh, canoe recipe. Wait, let's make some canoes. Yeah, so tons of flowers. Ali, welcome in. Ali, thank you for the check-in. Yeah, so today we got in some more shrubs and trees. That's pretty too. Buy all, they're on sale. Newspaper? Sure. So it was kind of busy toward the end of my shift, but luckily I got to get out of there at 1:30. So I immediately ran home and I didn't really eat. So to be honest, I might take some time right now to chat and eat, but I made myself a ham, egg, and cheese. So that's what I'm eating. Please don't mind me opening my mouth and stuffing this in my face. Exactly, Star. You get a discount on plans at the store? I do. I get a 10%. I'll say it. I get a 10% discount on all merchandise, including plants. Oh my god, what kind of flowers did you order? Is it like assorted? Were they like daisies, roses? Okay, we did our daily. We should just go around and collect things. Like, all these people are upset because nobody has a house. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think that has very much to do. But we'll try to help them. Look, I'm gonna put this newspaper down. Daffodils and hyacinths. Ooh, those are nice flowers. But yeah, so the morning was a little long, a little longer than I wanted it to be, but it's okay. We ball. We ball. I don't think I want this fencing here, so maybe I'll put the garden fencing. Here we go again, Allie, removing stuff I've had here. I thought it looked nicer. I think I'm gonna do the garden fencing. And put that down here by the water. Anyway, Monte, how was your Sunday? What have you been up to so far? How's the rest of your night? Allie, how's your Sunday been? How's everybody's Sunday been? Everybody's here hanging out today. Also, CJ with the 40 stream streak is like, yeah, like, don't even worry about your check-in. You know what I mean? You are a real one for even being here Just gonna plant random flowers, and then if I don't like them, I'll just pull them up. You know? That's not the flower bed. I'm a fake one. My streak got reset. No, Lucas, how was the rest of I had so much fun playing Jackbox with you. Honestly, like, we'll do stuff like this. Like, I want to make it more like cottagecore. You know, I want it to feel lush. I mean, maybe this wouldn't be right next to like a stump, right? How lovely. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. No. Well, now we have a stump, I guess. I can't put anything on the stump? Why doesn't it act like a table? Who's driving the train? Who's driving his bus? That's not. You know what? That's what I get. Now I just lost a log. I didn't realize I could put decorations on the blocks. Let's go around and do this shit. Good. Cleaning, laundry day. Got my groceries delivered so I didn't feel like leaving. Here, let's take a break. Eat some lunch. Read the chat. Because the save your stream streak now watching by never works. Oh, no way. Ooh. No, literally, Lucas. Monte, it's been good. Good. Are you anticipating this week to be kind of long and like gross? Are you ready? Like, are you ready for the week? Looking forward to it? Hi, Star. Welcome back. So the save your streak is supposed to give you 30 seconds of the VOD, and then your streak is saved. But I get the entire VOD, and it never saves. What do you mean? That's not how it's supposed to work. It's pay week. It is pay week. I do get paid this week too. Yes, 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 yes. Wait, this is kind of cute. These vines? No, not quite. Not quite there, Justin. Kevin, how are you, Kevin? Kevin, I was gonna text you after stream today. And I will still text you after stream today, you know. But I was thinking about you, and you know, we haven't spoken this weekend. And I wanted to give you some space, given everything that's going on. This makes me want to play Power World. Okay, Monte, this game feels very similar to Power World. Like, I'm not even joking. Is it not connected to electricity? Why aren't these on? I'm confused. Oh, they're not. Did I move an electrical pole and I didn't remember? I got bullied. You got bullied to what? What did you get bullied for? Are you starting a new job tomorrow? Wait, Lucas, what are you starting your job at? It's like, what are you gonna be doing? I'm okay, girl. I don't need space right now. Okay, cool. Good to know. Good to know. I won't assume you need space anymore. I will definitely bother you and be annoying. Okay, is that better? Is that better if I'm annoying? Be honest. We missed you yesterday on stream. We had some open lobbies and it was a lot of fun, but I couldn't stay on too late. Springtrap bullied me. I see a wild flirt. Not using government name. Maybe. I think names are better. Sometimes they're easier for me. I'm missing you too. I've been missing you so much. I just want to play anything. Like, let's play Peak. Let's play Among Us. Annoy me. I feel like I'm so annoying on Instagram. Flames Handler. Ooh. What are you eating? I made, it's kind of cold now, so the cheese is like not as melty. But I made a ham, egg, and cheese on a sandwich. And this is like literally the first day I'm eating today. So we're eating on stream. You sent so many reels? Oh my god. I feel like I do that same thing. Meanwhile, me waiting to be annoyed. You got it, guys. I'm just gonna annoy everyone. Don't worry about it. Coming right. That's easy. You want to be on my annoy me list? Kevin's been there. That's how I met Kevin. He just signed up for my newsletter, aka my daily TikToks. That's a good sandwich. I'm still gonna send TikToks. No, Allie, your TikToks. Waking up to your TikToks is so funny. I ate some gyoza and pan fried them. Ooh. I know Slurp. I like Slurp. He's nice. Yeah, we love the Slurp eater. Kevin, what are you up to today? What are you up to today? Be honest. Are you here to hang out? We're gonna keep decorating. I'm used to waking up with like 15 reels and then I have to fake laugh them off. Well, see, then I'm not gonna send you any. I don't want you to fake laugh at mine. I want you to think mine are funny. Hello. I mean, even though I don't think it will have that problem, like I think you'll definitely laugh at the ones I send you. So we'll see. We'll see about that. Honestly, nothing. Okay, well, after this, I'm running a Swift, but I don't really know how long I'm gonna be on. But I'd be down to play tonight if you want. After stream, I'm running a Swift with Momo and Rosa and Star. We're running it back from the other week because we had so much fun together. Literally, we were having too much fun. Oh, Sparkly. Okay, what do we know? What do we think it is? I actually laughed to them all, to be fair. Kevin's are either weird as fuck or random. Kevin's are, for me, are either like gay as hell, like the gayest TikTok, or a random one. And I'm like, I live for this. Like, this is actually so funny. Some of these are hilarious. Like, Kevin's, Allie's, all of yours are funny. I feel like mine are a mix. Like, sometimes I'm like, oh, you should learn this. Like, look at this cool thing I just learned. That's some of the TikToks I send are like that. I realized I have to add a poll here. And now lights are on. I'm not gonna house any of these people because I really don't know where I want any of them to live right now. And I also want to redecorate the house. Okay, so there's a few things you need to do. I want to put a canoe down. Now that we have decorations, like, now I'm just gonna decorate. Like, I'm just excited to do that. I do have a lot of crap in my inventory at the moment. So maybe I should put some of that away. Bro, my FYP has been cackling when nobody is available to look at them, and I just be cackling. I literally send TikToks at the random times to like a group of people to see who's on. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, okay, somebody's bound to laugh right now at this. Back to a sandwich. I kind of did that. Oh, I just spit everywhere. That's gross. I wanted to build a canoe. Where is it? Can I not build it? Where is it? Oh, there it is. And it's just lumber. I'm gonna build like 5. Why the fuck not? We can also maybe build a treehouse today. So I want all the bird Pokemon to live in like a treehouse home. We can try building that today too. Actually, let's build some of those building blocks. Like I want to use this. Ooh. Oh, I made a mistake. Because I think I want to. Oh, who's riding the? Somebody's riding it. Oh, I also want to tear this building down. Actually, we can also do that. This building that I could say. Who is this? Wait, somebody spawned here. Colossal. I'm shook. Why, I love it so much. I think I'm gonna make it my home. Feel free to visit anytime. Okay, period. Kind of live that you're here. Like, thanks. Yeah, we're gonna build all this, break all this down too. All these people are about to be homeless. Just taking all my stuff back, I like that. Oh, you're so funny. All right. Okay. This is. Oh, there's more windows. Do you know that meme? I don't. But I tried, like, imagining you singing this, and that's why I laughed, because I feel like I can hear your voice saying it. I'm gonna send it to you. Yes, please. Also, yeah, DMs are open for memes, all kind of buffoonery. I'm the guy. I'm the guy to call. Oh, so we're remodeling. Yes. You already know the vibes. You know the vibes. I got tired of this building. I don't like it. I'm taking it down. All these people are gonna be homeless. It's okay. They'll be okay. Luckily, it's a video game. We do have a Colossal. Look at this big guy. Move. Petrie, what? With the raid! Petrie with the raid of 19! Let's go! Oh my god, Petrie Green! Oh! Did you now? Hi Andy, welcome in. What's up, Ari? How's everybody doing? Welcome in, guys. Guys, okay. We are building out our wastelands in Pokopia. Is anyone playing Pokopia right now? Honestly, I have to give a few shout outs to people, but let's give Petrie a huge shout out. Thank you so much for the raid, Petrie. Petrie raid, yes! Thank you, Petrie, for the raid. How are you doing? I'm doing great. I had work this morning, but now we're vibing with some lunch with some Pocopia, with some coffee. I'm gonna go make another coffee, I think. Yes, W Raid. If you're not following Petrie, go follow Petrie. They're the best. Petrie, how was your stream? What did you play today? Coffee. Yeah, I'm gonna make a second cup of coffee, I think. Methinks. Let's also give shout outs to the homies. Just because I can. Who else is in here? CJ was in here. Oh, I didn't tag them, but yes, I think. Hold on, it's Yo, it's CJ, Yo, right? I did the same thing last time, remember? And I couldn't get CJ's name right. Yo, CJ, there you go. There you go. I was like, who is playing Valorant? Delete. Don't mind me. We played the first episode of Life is Strange. Okay, Life is Strange is a game that people on stream have said that I would appreciate and like enjoy. Yeah, let's get Star. Yeah. All the icons. Stargazer. How can I forget? I literally don't remember who else was in here. Oh, and Lucas. Are you liking Life is Strange? Like, did you like the first episode? Like, I have been wanting to play other games on stream too, some more. So, yeah. Hi, Shelbs. Welcome in. Thank you for coming in with the raid. Also, thanks for all the homies coming in. And Petrie, if you do need to raid and run, please know that that's so okay. We're gonna be doing Pocopia, running a Swift later on DBD. So we'll be here for some time. And if you need to like leave, that's totally understandable. Like, I totally get it. You need to like take a break from your desk. And Cult of the Lamb. Okay, Cult of the Lamb, another game that looks like so much fun. And I would love to play that game on stream too. I think that we would all really enjoy playing together. Because it's just like a lot of fun. Also, don't mind me. Gonna take a bite of my sandwich. Still good, by the way. And right now in Pocopia, we're just building out our wasteland. I had a building here that I don't like anymore. So naturally, and if you've been here long enough, you know, I am very fickle. I love and hate things really quickly. I think now I want a sandwich. Yeah, I made the sandwich for lunch, Shelbs. Nice little buttered hoagie. With I cooked down some like honey ham, like slices. Obviously chopped it up. Threw 2 eggs down on the pan while the pan was heating up. Yep, yes I did. Yes I did. Believe it or not, that happened. And then I added some cheddar cheese and put it in the bread that was toasted with butter. And I'm honestly living my best life. I'm about to have breakfast for dinner, watching you eat that, Sammy. I mean, I am an advocate of breakfast for dinner. Like, hello. Yes. Oh, yes. Take the medicine. I hope you're feeling okay, or you feel better with the medicine. Go lay down. Thank you so much for the raid, friend. We'll also like. I would be so down to play someday, Petrie. Like, we should definitely get some games together. It would be a lot of fun. I got no audio, but just wanted to say hi. Hi, Skya. Thank you. Thank you, Skya. You're the bomb.com. Wait, that sounds so good. That's why I started a little later, because I got home, showered, and needed to cook, you know? Needed to make my lunch. Oh. We're gonna break this whole building down. Sorry to the Pokemon who used to live here. This doesn't exist anymore. I wasted all this lumber too. Look at Charizard, by the way. I hadn't shown you guys Charizard. He wasn't. He hadn't spawned just yesterday, Friday. We're gonna get these windows out. Basically, what we're gonna do is dance. Basically, what we're gonna do is dance. Basically, what we're gonna do is dance. Come on, guys, it's sneaker night. I don't know why that song's in my head right now. But there it is. Hey! I don't know why Miss Vanessa Hudgens is in my head, scratching my brain, as it were. But she's there, and she's squirming. Oh, I have to eat something, guys. You know what? That's a good reminder. Let's take another bite of our sandwich, shall we? Me explaining how to play Just Dance. Basically, what we're gonna do is dance. Literally. Also, Ryan, look. Don't mind the legs. Legs are out. Okay. Look at him. Look at him. Look. So gorgeous. And they're joining the back. Squirtle. Basically, what we're gonna do is dance. Me, when they ask me how I introduced the killer, yeah. Basically, what we're gonna do is stop. Where did you get that, guys? I bought that at Walmart. Just put it to the camera. I bought it at Walmart. There were 7 of them. I almost bought 2. I'm not even joking. Almost bought 2. I have like duplicates of Umbreon everywhere. I have 2 Umbreon pop. What are they called? Those little figurines. I don't remember. I'm gonna go make my coffee real quick, and I will be right back. Hold on, I might be late to swim. I need to run to Walmart. Do it. You know what? That's a great excuse to be late. That's better than any excuse I would have. Basically, that song's in my head, guys. But yes, I bought the Umbreon at Walmart. It was like an Instacop. While we wait for the coffee, I think I'm gonna finish the sandwich so I can stop eating on stream. This sandwich is bomb. Those are so cute. That's crazy. I'm not even a Pokemon. Yeah. Monte, they literally had Umbreon and Espeon. Like, I almost bought one of each. 2 of Umbreon. I couldn't decide. But I controlled myself. I controlled myself. I'm trying to open this link you sent me. But Instagram's not being nice. So where did you get it from? Asking for me? I got it from Walmart. I got it from Walmart yesterday while I was doing groceries. Screaming. Dude, Monte is so funny. Alright, grabbing my coffee, and then we're done with our sandwich. Yeah, Monte, this video is not opening for me. Wait, because I'm literally about to just BRB, I too will be late. I'm telling you, that's the only reason I'll allow it. But I found it at Walmart and I was shocked. I was shocked to see it, and I immediately knew. I knew I needed to do what I had to do to get it for myself. Excuse me. And we're back. I finished my lunch, so I can stop eating like a gross person. And I will have to watch this video later because Instagram's not opening the video for me. I'm just gonna watch it. No, I want to do this top layer. Everyone's getting their Umbreon toy today. What the hell? What the hell? What? What? I checked. No, there's none at your Walmart. $85? Oh, mine wasn't $85. Well, that's not how much I spent. $85 is insane. That is not how much I spent on this plush. Sad day. I don't know why it's $85. On the Walmart app? Uh-uh. Guys, I hate using Graveler. It's too much. Look, like, I'm flying through the sky. Also, I sent the video instead of a link. Okay, bye. Sorry guys, this home will also be destroyed in a matter of seconds. Give me 1 second.
I like the way you take. I'm drinking with a play.
Period. And honestly, Monte, that could have been you. That could have been you singing, and I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't I wouldn't know the difference. I like that Gatorade. He kind of ate that up too. Like, okay, vocals. I hear you. I hear you with the vocals. Yeah, because if I don't do this, I'm literally gonna fly onto the bottom. I like that Gatorade. I drink it when I play. Oh! Nope. do. Are you excited for Euphoria? Oh my god, yes. So there's a few TV shows like that are back. The Boys is back. I don't know if you watched The Boys, Monte, but yes, Euphoria is back, which I'm excited to see. How they close out that series, because apparently all the behind the scenes is a hot ass mess. So I'm low-key excited for all these people to finally get out of this mess. Mess of a TV show. Yes, you talked about oh yeah. Yes, we did talk about The Boys yesterday. And it got spoiled. Fucking Kevin. Fucking Kevin spoiled it. Yes. Okay, yeah, we talked about The Boys. Yeah, I watched The Boys yesterday. I have to watch Euphoria. I'm excited to see it end. I honestly am ready for it to be over, to be honest. Like, even the end of last season, I was like, what the hell is going on? And then clearly, like, obviously with, like, Angus Cloud, like, passing and all that, like, that just really... When does Euphoria drop? I think it's tonight. Oh my god, Jaguar, what? Welcome with the raid! Raid of 4 people, W raid. Welcome in. Yeah, tonight. There you go, at 9 o'clock. Blessed be. 9 o'clock for those who celebrate. Hope the game is going good. Honestly, Jaguar, I've been loving Pokopia. How are you doing? How have you been? How's it going? How's life? How's your week? Tell me about your Sunday. What were you playing today? Doing good. I think I'm gonna go back to this side. Was playing Fortnite. Ooh, I haven't played Fortnite. Guys, remember when I said I was gonna bring Fortnite back to stream? I was being like 50% honest. Should I just play Fortnite on stream? And oh, I stopped being a baby about it. Maybe we'll play that after DBD tonight. You should. Fortnite is fun. I do like Fortnite. I just get fatigued of it really quickly. I don't know why. It's really also a game I don't like to play alone. It's kind of boring by myself. And I think that's another turnoff for me, is that I can't enjoy it alone. Like, and I say this all the time, but I really do feel like Dead by Daylight is a game I can play by myself and not get bored. You know, because there really is every man for himself when you're playing a solo queue. Like, even if you can't get your friends out, you're like, well, I'm gonna get out, right, Monte? Monte knows. I'll play with you, don't worry. Okay, yeah, let's play tonight after DVD. I did want to stream for long tonight, so maybe we'll go on a little longer and we'll play some Fortnite after DVD. All right. How are your games today, Jaguar? Are you liking the new season? What's your favorite thing about the content right now? I also like really don't like the Fortnite collabs. Like, I'm over it. I hate that Fortnite has kind of become like a Disney vehicle. Yeah, I'm not really happy. Luckily, I don't have work tomorrow. Me neither. Okay, so late night games with Monte is what we're hearing. What I'm hearing is that Monte and I are gonna hang out all night. Yeah, I'm trying to like ignore that part. That's the part that really frustrates me. Well, yeah, exactly. We'll get Wolfie in here too. Let's eat some more food. Oh, I miss Wendy. I know. Shout out to Wendy Williams. Like, it's so crazy that someone like her was like, I don't know, so unfavored by so many people. But did she really do anything wrong but gossip? You know, at the end of the day, like, who did she really hurt? Who did she really hurt? Let's be honest about that. I'm taking all this stuff back. Literally, I play it when my friends want to play, but that's it. Also, like, Nola likes to play, right? Like, there's stuff that Nola plays on Fortnite. Oh, he's crashing out about his plant. He's crashing out. I'm gonna go put some stuff away. Yes, the cat one. Yeah, I'm remembering you talking about the cat one. Let's throw these in here. Wow, I really can't fit any. I don't have any more room. I still don't have room. Maybe I should just make another storage, right? She just told me that the cats were just adopted, need babies, and I'm like, oh! Like, girl, we already lost one in the vents. Like, we cannot add some more to the mix at the moment. Like, remember when we lost one of them? Like, imagine what there were four. You would never find them. I think I'm just gonna throw random shit in here. Like, I don't need any of this right now. I don't need any of this right now. I have so much random fucking soil, and look at all that. So much. So many blocks. Okay. So much stuff is what I meant to say. Oh, do I have hamburger steak? Oh, I should do that. Next time I need to eat. We haven't even introduced them to the house. Oh my god, are they still in your room? In that one room? We need to move Piplup here, I think. I just stole Ekins' bed. I didn't realize Ekins was even sleeping on there. Nope, sorry Ekins. Taking all this stuff too. No more stairs. No lights. Nothing for you. This house is not yours anymore. Sorry. The city is taking it back. Hate to be that guy. Yes, well, the one kitty has a spay appointment on the 27th, so I want to get that done and have her recover a little and then the house and the dog and stuff. Yeah. You've had them for a few weeks now, huh? Like, how do you think they've been adjusting? Like, how would you describe that so far? Let me take these doors down. I want to get this down. They meow for me all the time. Stop, so sweet. I love that. I love that they've adjusted so well. Well, clearly they're like exploring the house even like though you haven't introduced them to it. Or did they just like get scared and hide? But she overwhelms them a little. Aww. No. Excuse me? They'll hide from everyone except for you and Nola? That is so cute. Alright. This hamburger steak. Let's take these stairs. Oh, bad because your dad was like, can I come see the kitties? Aww, and they didn't even want to come out. They were so scared. That's so sad. But that's sweet though. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do? Why is there a hole in the floor? You love them so much already, and they clearly love you. Why are there holes all in the floor? Is that me? Was that my fault? Is that my doing? Oh, there's holes everywhere. Guys. Why are there so many holes? Okay, we dug that all up because we dug that all up. The building's gone. Ding dong, the Wicked Witch is dead. We're gonna make this a big flower garden, I think. We're gonna take this down, and I think we're gonna put that here. We're gonna put these fences, these brackets alongside here. Wow, that was a lot. That was a lot, but Justin, you're learning. You're learning how to stay in control of the cleaning. We're gonna put these over here. That's all I had enough. Like, maybe I don't need these here now, right? I can make this the train station. I have to walk here. You know? I kind of like that. Boom. Well, this is going great. Oops. Now we can make this a bigger flower garden, I think. I think we're gonna like add more flowers here for him. And some paving. Ronnie! Ronathan! Hi, Ronnie. How are you? How are you doing today, my friend? I hope you're doing well. I hope your Sunday's going well. Oh, I don't have enough blocks. But we're gonna I think this is just gonna be one big like flower garden. Ronatin! Ronatin! How are you? Oh. Ronatin! Mm-hmm. The H was shy. The H was silent. Oh. Now we have a big hole. Great. Well, we have tons of stuff we can add here, actually. We have cliff rock and we have soil, so let's do that. And now we have a big hole. Ugh, I wish. I don't know why. I don't know how to change that. Justin, help. I know. I don't know how to change that. Because it's not even on my stream element. Like, I can't even go into stream elements and change my command. Because it's not even there. Ronnie, how's your Sunday? How are you doing? I need to stretch out my leg real quick. Also, like, guys, this place has changed so much. You know? I'm very, 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 very happy with all this progress. Super lazy. Ordered breakfast. Ooh. What did you play today? I did not have the same lazy day as you. I unfortunately had work this morning, so that's what I did in the AM. And then I did that in the AM, and then what did I do? then yeah, I got home, showered, made lunch, and jumped onto stream because I wanted to make sure I got my stream in today. I feel like I only play DBD on stream, so playing offline was good. Oh really? I feel like I play DBD all the time. So I'm actually like really happy to be playing Pokopia on stream because I think I've needed a little bit of breaking up my DBD. There you go. That's better. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted. So in this little area, I'm gonna build a treehouse. I'm building a treehouse here, and actually, wait, maybe the treehouse can go in here, and we can build it up. Cause what's down here? Let's Ronnie! Ronnie, how have you been liking DBD? Were you playing the event at all? I think we're gonna probably play the event for blood points just to be silly goofy. We're running on Swift today in about I'm so excited. And regular was even time 6. Oh, really? Okay. Momo, welcome back. How are you, Momo? How's your lurk? I'm so excited for you. I have. It's been one of the better years. The killers haven't been as sweaty as past years. I feel like it's really a hit or miss in like a good way, you know? Like I'm never really frustrated with killers. I think this is cool. Oh, I need to make... Let's go get some food. Let's harvest. Oh, actually... Where's Scyther? Oh, I forgot. I definitely got distracted putting these things up. Me having, like, a complete... I'm so distracted by my own distractions. You know what I mean? Oop, I want to be... Wait, hold on. I want to be in your lobbies, Ronnie. Yeah, I want to be in your lobbies, too. I added you to join open lobbies, and then David wanted to play, and I was like, oh, date night. Yeah, literally, I was like, Ali, are you gonna play? And then you disappeared. But I'm glad you got to play with David. Were you guys playing DBD? Does he also play DBD? That's really cool. You guys got to play together. When you can't see. I need to find a cozy game to stream or have a community kind of night like Fall Guys or something. Ooh, that'd be so fun! Where hella people can play. Dude, we need to play, like, I would love to play, like, Lockdown Protocol or Among Us again, like those party games from, like, when we all, like, when I first met y'all. Like, that was a lot of fun. Like, I would love to do that more, on stream. Yes, like, those games were so much fun, and it was like literally me meeting y'all for the first time and jumping into you guys. Ooh. Monte, would you play Among Us with us? Guys, what if we played Among Us? I'm thinking about doing okay, so my idea for I think once a month, since stream has been going really, really well, I think once a month I'm gonna host a fundraiser on stream and it'll be a 12-hour fundraiser and I'll do like variety games and I'll plan out like um, different milestones and different challenges. Um, yeah, and I think that a fundraiser would be a lot of fun, and it could be one of those things where like the community comes together and games together, and even if like it's not really about raising money, but more like raising awareness and like hanging out. Like I think that's what I want to do at least once a month moving forward. Oh god, Justin, not gonna lie, I knew you were it when we played Lockdown and you couldn't keep it together. Your poker face was so bad. Dude, my poker face is so bad. Well, I feel like in Among Us, I never get a fair shot, and I also think my personality sort of makes me a target anyway, because sometimes, like, not in Lockdown Protocol, but there have been definitely Among Us games where I'm like not being suspicious at all, and like I'm not the imposter, and people just assume it's me because of who I am. I watched Justin play that with Drea, and she killed him. Yes, dude, that I was getting turned on. Among Us community would be so fun. Okay, maybe we'll do Among Us this weekend. Honestly, and we could totally get some people to play. I think it would be so much fun. We'll get into VC. We're like, oh, so we're just killing our friends now. I see. I really enjoy how this part came out. And I think the bridge turned out really nicely, all things considered. Like, I think this is set up way better than it was. And I like that it stays up. I had it on the ground. There were tons of dips in this roller coaster. Oh no, but we can't wait to see the clips. No, we'll definitely make sure you get some Among Us games in soon. But yeah, maybe I'll make an announcement and see who's interested. If we can get some people in, that would be a lot of fun. Oh, hey Tu, welcome in. Among Us? I think Among Us would be so much fun. But Ronnie, it won't be the same without you. Also, where are you going this weekend? Are you going camping? You like to camp, right? Okay, let me go get my Cliff Rock. Read from Desire. Now your other account. You're going camping. I knew it! Ronnie, how'd I know? How'd I know? I really do know you. Are you excited about camping? It's Omar and the Youngest birthday? Wait, do Omar and the Youngest have the same birthday? That's iconic. Iconico. Kevin! Kevin! Welcome back, Kevin! Sure. Let's get some of my plants. No plants in here. Oh, Pimple is here. Lurking where you had pizza? Ooh, what kind of pizza did you have? They were a day apart? That's crazy. I think I want to make a bookstore. I have to figure out like what I want to do in those spots. We also have these canoes that I want to place. No canoe there. I want a canoe on this river. Y'all really upset that you don't have a house, huh? Why can't I place it there? Why can't I place it? Oh, it's because of this. David and Lomac are 3 days apart. Period. We're actually keeping it from her youngest. If we tell her now, she'll be talking about it every day till we're there. I'm dead. Oh, so it's like a little surprise. That's so sweet. Okay, let's see. Does it fit here? I think it fits here. This is where kind of where I want it. Oh, it's literally being covered by grass. Maybe not. Maybe I'll put it here. Or should I make a little dock? Maybe I'll make a little dock. When she was younger, we couldn't tell her anything till we were on the way there because she'd ask every hour how much longer till we did whatever we were supposed to do. How old is the little one turning? How old is the youngest turning? I think what I'm gonna do is do this. Put a sign here. And I have. I think I still have. Oh, did I put them away? Oh, I thought I still had a ladder or platform. I guess I have to go get them, but boat can go there for now. 13. Kevin. Until like an hour before, I love that. Nola's like too excited to function. We're gonna put a boat here. And I think I'm gonna put a boat on the other side too. Look at Charizard. Carry me and Phasmo. Guys, can you both carry me and Phasmo? I would love to play Phasmo with you guys. Just like the last time, Ronnie. Justin, join us, please. Literally, it would literally be me crashing out because that game scares the shit out of me. That game, I find that game so terrifying. I'll put it here. I can stream it today with open boobies. That would be so much fun. I know who I'm raiding to. I know who I'm gonna raid. It's official. I love open boobies. Yeah. I love those boobies. Such nice boobies. They're so long. Yeah, like I want to get rid of this. Oh, not that. Yes. It won't be for a while unless you stream for. I'm streaming for a while. Yeah, we're not ending anytime soon. Trust. Today's the longer stream. I'm gonna be streaming till at least 8 o'clock today, 8 p.m. So we have some time. Monte has already promised Fortnite, so we're gonna play Fortnite at the end of the stream. Right, Monte? I think I want to extend this river out into this river. Guess who's jealous of Adele? This is where the river's gonna be? Okay. Little stream. Actually, let's just... Fuck it. Everything's gonna be too wide. I don't care. I don't care. You can't make me care. Guess who's back in the house? Heels click cracking about. Fine fish feminine. South to 11 and I don't remember the words. Body like wow. This is cute. This is cute. We'll need a bridge here, unfortunately. But that's okay. We already have many bridges. They can call me mother. But they can call... Monte, but they can call me mama. And when you're good to mama, mama's good to you. And that's word to Queen Latifah. Ain't that right, Monte? Exactly. Oh, who the fuck is Zach Lee? Who is Zach Lee? Let's talk about it. Just don't get me started. Do you like Chicago? Monte, do you like musicals? I love musicals. I just rewatched Chicago recently. I love Chicago. It's honestly, I think it's my favorite show. My favorite musical. It's just so good. The music's so fun. The movie is so good. The choreography in that movie is so incredible. Like the staging. Now, if they could just replicate that onto Broadway, it'd be a completely different universe. And I do like musicals. I mean, I figured when you were watching Wicked, but I also was like, this could just be an Ari fan. Well, yes. Okay, yes. Save me the... Is it ready yet? You got this, Bronny. I believe in you. I believe in you, Ronnie. And that's all that matters. Top 3 musicals? Ooh, that's a good question. I would have to say... I mean, Chicago and Rent are easily in two of those 3 spots. Like, Rent is one of my favorite musicals of all time. I could watch Rent and listen to that music and sing that music, like, all the time. I would end Chicago. Yeah, I love the movie. I love the show Rent. Like, I think it's so fun. And yeah, you don't like the show Rent? It's so good. I love Rent. I think I just have a lot of nostalgia with Rent too. Like, one of the first musicals I've ever seen. Like, the music's so good and corny. Exactly. It's just so good and it's such a spectacle too. Just I also am just like such a huge fan of like musicals with fun music. Like, I think Sweeney Todd's music is so like the actual score from Sweeney Todd is so good, and it has such a strong list of songs in that show. Also, Into the Woods has some great music. I mean, Les Mis is an incredible show. It's hard to pick. I also am more of a. My top three is hard. I'm more of an enjoyer of musicals than I am like a fan. Like I couldn't really tell. Like I remember when Wicked was coming out, and you know those videos of people like guessing which like the person who was cast as like Glinda or Elphaba. Like I was like I cannot even. I wouldn't be able to tell you that. Death Becomes Her. That's a great show. My mom and my brother just went to see it. West Side Story, also an incredible show, but I really that kind of story for West Side Story grows tired. I mean, it's Romeo and Juliet. You know? Wicked, Little Shop of Horrors. How could I forget? Who wants some Justin lore, guys? Anybody want some Justin lore? Some lore for Justin is that I obviously was a theater kid. You know, I kind of get that off. And in high school, I was part of like the founding. I was one of the founding members of our theater, like, of our theater group, like not group, theater class, theater program in high school, and our spring musical was our spring musical. My junior year was Little Shop of Horrors, and I did play Seymour in Little Shop of Horrors as a 16-year-old. And that was some of the most fun I've ever had was like stage performance. Theater geeks, yeah, literally. Theater geeks, stand up! I fucking love Little Shop of Horrors. Like, we even had a puppet for the plant. My first role was in Little Shop of Horrors too. Guess my role. Were you the dentist? Oh, you were the dentist. Were you one of the winos at the beginning of the musical? I really don't remember the characters' names. Oh, like the villain. He's not really a villain. He's just more like an asshole. But he has some fun songs. I was Chiffon. Well, no way. Were you? Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Cause Mama Mikey was high. Okay, she said. I need the proof, Monte. I want to see. This is what we want to see. I can't. I really can't. I can't grab that. I love that, Monte. That is. I'll have to find out. I'm sure it's so much school. That is hilarious. That is. That is a must watch. You had a wig and I live. They said only Monte can play this role, to be honest. Oh, just fully ran over Ekans. Are you okay, little guy? Sorry. I came here to put some of this shit down. Oh, this is not the same. No. So do we not break in Pocopia? Well, no. That's what the railroad crossings are for. Stop that train. But I think this looks so much cleaner like this. So much cleaner. I like this a lot. And I love that the train is complete. another train station. Honestly, it's so cute. Like, look at it. Look. It's adorable. It's adorable. Oh my god. If I fall into this hole one more time. Now I'm gonna be singing Little Shop of Horrors. Like, why in my head I just went, Little Shop of Horrors. Little Shop. I did not want to make shit. Excuse me. I started singing the Dentist Guy's song when he's like... That show is honestly unhinged, and it's so funny. Like, the Audrey 2 plant, too, is so fun to play with. Like, climbing into that puppet was fun. Like, playing with the puppet, like, being able to, like... It felt like acting in Sesame Street would probably feel, right? Like, if you're, you know, a real actor playing with the puppets, like, I think that would be so fun. I need the Cliff Rock. Something just fell. A cord fell. Well, yes. Let's do this. I'm still here. Yo, Ekens, honestly, girl, you need to chill out. Like, your house is gonna come back. You need to relax. Here, Kevin. Guys, I think, like, I think this is just the vibe now. I'm just gonna, like, just say whatever comes to my mind first. My mind of a mastermind. That's them. Oh, wait, these are the wrong rocks. No, I want this. I didn't know you know that. What do you mean? Of course I know the video. Of course I know it. I always say it, but nowhere. Kevin, when have I not known your references? Just kidding. There have probably been many times I didn't know, but I feel like I know most of your references. Is it the Chad? It's definitely the Chad. I think what I'm gonna do is... It might be the Chad. It honestly was the Chad, Loki. It honestly Loki was. Oh, friend. Yeah, friend. I love being your friend. I love that we're friends. Like, honestly, I kid you not. Becoming your friend was... That was a great time in my life. Being your friend is still one of the greatest things that's happening. Thank God for TikTok. No, literally. Also, thank God for you having like the confidence to just randomly add. Okay, guys, here's the me and Kevin lore. Literally, one day Kevin must have shown up on my For You page, and I liked one of your videos or something. But Kevin randomly added me on TikTok, and then just started sending me videos. And we became friends. That's literally how we became friends. And then I found out that Kevin was a streamer, so I was like, oh, I should go hang out with him on Twitch. And then that's it. The rest is history. Oh, yeah, literally. I mean,
and now we're friends. Now we're friends. Like now, Kevin, you can't fucking get rid of me. now, you're stuck with me forever. Like, good luck trying. Good luck. Good luck trying to get rid of my ass. Oh man, Monte, you're next. But we were even talking about it yesterday on stream. Like, even Wolfie was like, "Yeah, you met Monte through me," and I'm like, "Yeah, I love that. I love that I'm meeting. Not You know what? Yeah, you're gonna wish you hadn't said that. I want somebody to screenshot where Monte said waiting to be annoyed. Monte, don't front like you didn't just request to be annoyed. I feel like that was a request you made. We're gonna put a big window here. I think that's gonna be the vibe. Where are the windows actually? I want this Ekans to disappear. I'm not gonna lie. Ekans is doing the most. Like, we get it, girl. You don't have a house. Oh, not the screenshot. Run it back. Look at the chat logs. Monte said it. Monte said it. I thought this was a safe space. You know, I get to decide what's safe and what's unsafe. Now, where did I put these windows? Are they over here? Wow, just stopped dead in my tracks. Not Graveler, okay? Graveler is destruction. I can't do it with Graveler. Where is this garden? Okay, this garden is on this level. Okay, that works. That works. Kens, por favor. It's okay. Your house is coming back eventually, one day. I want Ekans up here. That's really what I want. I want Ekans up in the garden, in the flower garden. So, hon, you need to go upstairs. Okay. Yeah. Oh, I ran out of ordinary cereal. I kind of like that. And now we're gonna till all of this. Oh! I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I'm already destroying shit. Guys, I don't want to talk about it. We're gonna till all of this. And then after we till this, I think we're gonna wrap up. And we're gonna switch over to DVD and run a little squads with Momo and Star and Ryan. So excited. We're actually gonna get them on the VOD this time. I'm sure of it. Yeah, Star, I'm so excited. Now the real question is, did you or did you not actually go to Walmart to cop the Umbreon? Because you know, the questions that need answers. The people want to know. I did it because honestly I'm tired. Well, Monte looked online and apparently it's $85 online, but I am damn near sure I did not spend that amount on this stuffed animal. Yeah. So maybe it's just like maybe they would have to order it to get it to Monte's store. But when Monte checked, it's quite expensive. And then all of this is gonna be flowers. We're gonna splash water on there. I might have to go up. Yeah. Leaf. What I need is some seed. Let's see if we can get some of this. There's no seeds I can buy? Oh, wait. Interesting. I thought I could buy seeds. I should be able to buy seeds at these places. Ooh, we can make a Pokemart, actually. Let's do that. Let's put the Pokemart here, low-key. Can you put it like this? Oh, concrete and glass. Concrete, glass, and what? Pokemetal. Alright, we're gonna stop here and get ready for squads. We redid this. This is gonna be great. We're gonna add some lights here. I think we're gonna make this like a cozy, maybe a cozy little situation. A hangout, maybe a cafe. We're gonna put the Pokemart there. I like that way better. And then we're gonna add a flower garden. So I think I'm gonna add stairs here to go upstairs, or like go up to the top here instead of just these stairs. I kind of like this. I'm happy with the changes we've made. I mean, the train looks incredible. All the boats look cute. Like, I think this is just it's like such a cute place. We might move Onyx down here. We might move Drillbur and stuff down here. I think they're just gonna live here. Yeah. Alright, y'all, let's save this. Stretch! Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do that. Alright. Let's switch this off. Oops. PlayStation's on. I will be right back, but we're gonna get started on this. And guys, I'm gonna hop in the VC. All right, everything switched over. I am gonna run to the bathroom, refill my water. Connection error. Connection cannot connect to the RTM server. What does that mean? What's happening? Well, I'm on Discord. Hold on. Hold on. I might have to repair the game, guys. I'll be on in 2 seconds grabbing water. Yes, yes, take your time. It's not even letting me connect to servers. There you go. It's loading now. It wasn't loading twice. I got an error twice. There you go. I got an error twice. All right, I'll be right back. We switched to DVD. I need a boot. Yeah. Take your time. I'm gonna take a little break. But I'm all set up and ready. So let's play the event. If you get tired, you can play regular games. We're gonna be playing for a while. And I will be right back.
Better days, that's for sure.
I am gonna get some water and use the bathroom, and clean up myself after eating. I'll be back. All right, we are back. Are you gonna eat? Okay, fine. What you gotta do? I'm gonna play a warm-up match. That's okay with everyone. And then, just to give everybody a chance to get back, I will play a warm-up. Stargazer, as I'm typing your name, the way I was like, and the Stargazer Supreme 5000. It's like the name of a really, really fancy electronic telescope. Alright. Go ahead and change my name to that. Alright, friends, you ready? Oh, look. Hey. The Chosen 2, also the Chosen. Well.
You pay for
What was that? What was that? James? Also, Vecna again. Guys, the Vecna games yesterday blew my ass. The Vecna games yesterday were crazy. Also, I spelled Fun Day wrong. I don't know. I'm gonna cry. Crashing out. Like at this point, I'm just gonna waste the gas, bring what I have over here, and work on a jet. We also have to turn our music on. Oh, spicy bones. Oh, here he comes. No, get away from there. I wanna rub the bones. Spicy bones. Those fortunes.
die by my
I found another hex here, but it's blocked. Hell yeah. Go, go, go. Oh. Can I get a whiff? Ooh, so close. Thank you, Momo. So close. Vecna, I know you want me. I know you want me so bad. GG, Vecna. There's another hex over there, too. But it's blocked. How do you get rid of a blocked hex? What? Jam with the race! Welcome in, Adam. Thank you for the follow. Dr. Jam. Welcome in. Must be jelly because Jam don't shake. Must be jelly cause jam don't shake. Must be jelly cause jam don't shake. Peanut butter head. Hi, Dr. Jam. Hi, Dr. Jam. Hi, Adam. Welcome in. Guys, don't forget to get your check-in. Thank you. Adam, how are you doing? Dr. Jam, hi, you cutie. Hi. How was your stream today? Once the game is over, I'll give you a proper shout out. But everybody, if you're not following the Dr. Jam, what the heck are you doing? Must be jelly cause Jam don't. What's up, Trippy? Welcome in. Does he see me? Does see me? Definitely see me. It's a vibe, literally. Don't follow me. I am gross. Follow them. Do it. Do it now. Hello, legend. Hi, Trippy. Welcome in. Guys, make sure you get your check-ins with your channel points. It's your daily here. And I'd really appreciate it if you checked in. Over here. Sorry. Does Vecna come back? Yeah, you're not gross, Dr. Jam. And what we don't do is lie. That's not true. I lie all the time on stream. So sorry. Okay, they got... oh my god. They got rid of that. Heck. I'm so ready to... Yeah, most incorrect... Yeah. Dr. Jam just lying. Just fully lying. Making stuff up. Living in Delulu land. Thank you so much again for the raid. I hope you had a great stream. What did you play? Were you playing DBD on stream today? Oh, here it comes. He didn't see me. Well, damn. Just gave me this chase. Can I get a whiff? Oh! No! GG. He was determined. GG. No, I was playing this cute little cooking sim. Ooh! Okay, wait. Time to give you a proper shout out. Also, why am I not following you? I low-key just didn't know you streamed. Hop on DVD most likely. Oh, period. Period. What was the sim game? What was the cooking game? Subbing, love a new friend. Oh my god, please. You don't even have to sub. Oh my god, W sub. I hope you enjoyed the sub badges. We just got them. Those are brand new to stream. They're DVD and Pokemon themed. We also have like Pokemon collection. Part of our stream vibe is Pokemon. Like Pokemon is definitely an obsession of ours. We were just playing Pokopia, and we're probably going to visit a lot of Pokemon games on stream moving forward. We should play sometime. Ooh, wait, play what? The Kulo Niku. Very cute, very demure. I'm gonna have to look that up. Me writing it down. Right? Let me scribble this down. I have a post-it. I love Pokemon too. Okay, what's your favorite Pokemon? Be honest. You meant DVD? Oh my god, no, we should totally play sometime. I literally run open lobbies all the time, and I would be down. I would love to play with you. We love new friends. You should play. Yeah. I'm absolutely sure that Dr. Jam is gonna carry me. Me? Carry? Never. Favorite Sandshrew? People gonna hate? No. No, there's no such thing as a bad Pokemon, in my opinion. There are some questionable ones for sure, but no bad ones. Let's get our Swift in here. Let's get the homies in here. Vestina Gagulera. I think one of those is Rosa. There's Momito. There's Starita. I just think he's cute. Cyndaquil is our mascot for stream. I am obsessed with Cyndaquil, that whole line, and Umbreon. Those are like, that's my mecca. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it was you. Okay, guys. Exactly, and that's Cyndaquil with the gun. Sandshrew is very cute, and I think its Alolan form is also very cute. Well, cheers to new friends. Cheers. Imaginary glass. Clink, clink. Period, Adam. Well, welcome in. Guys, come into the VC so I know it's real. So you did not have to call me out like that. It's like the way I knew it was you. Guys. It's Star! Star's here.
I'm here.
The Stargazer 3000. And Vestina Gagulera's here. Oh! She's got Kickstar. What happened?
Too powerful.
Oh.
You know, that's Steve.
Star gonna carry? Oh yeah, we've been new. We've been new. I'm so excited to play with y'all. Yay!
Yes.
Yes.
Lower this music, cause why is it the loudest thing in my ears?
Too bad Legion's not
Honestly,
here.
Hi, friends.
Hi!
Hi.
Okay, we got the band back together. The band is back together.
Well, yes.
I've never carried a day in my life. Oh. Well, you gonna learn today.
Ooh, gagged it.
My other favorite is Articuno. Well, naturally. Articuno's iconic too. You're a liar and a fraud. Alright, maybe if I readied up, we'd get 2K.
I mean, it would have happened eventually.
Yeah, what was it, 3 seconds left? Like 15 seconds. Oh my god, W gifted. Thank you, Adam, for the gifted sub. Stefan! Oh my god, W Fawn. I love Fawn. Wayward Bee. Let's go. Bombing this wonderful channel. I appreciate you. I just need to pretend, okay? Doctor, there's no pretending here. We see you. We see you for what you are. Dr. Jam! Stop! No way! 5 gifted too! Petrie. Bible Duff. Or BB LaDuff. Oops. Said that over. And to Jaden! Oh my god, W subs. W gifted. Here to love. I appreciate you. Thank you. Yep. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Hi, Kevin.
We going to
Hi,
RPD?
Kevin.
My favorite place!
Called
Guys,
it.
we're at the police station once again.
Arrest
Not this being your
officer.
favorite place.
I love RPD. What do you mean? It's so good. I like that it's indoors. Maybe I just like that it's inside and not outside, and that everything's pretty well lit.
Oh, so it's an Onryo?
Oh, dude, they have been out and about too. Onryo and Vecna just.
I DC now. Goodbye.
Stress. If I can find a gas pump.
Yeah, that's how I'm feeling right now.
Okay, so she has rickety pinwheel.
Yeah, I
so
saw
if you're
that.
in the open can be just grab that tape.
Okay. Okay. FaceTime. I haven't found a single gas pump.
Joke's on you. There are none.
The gas
Oh
pump.
yeah. Yeah.
There's one in this far corner. She's
Oh
gotta go.
hey.
There's one in there.
I can
She's here.
help you. Go go go.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, she left. She just didn't care. She's just gonna try
Oh.
to get the down. Yeah. She didn't care. She was like, get yo. This game is literally just me doing laps around the map. Me and Jam used to duo. Okay, okay. So you're both good. Oh, so you both carry. That's what you're saying.
I'm gonna
I'm
go
gonna-
grab Momo.
Oh, okay, okay.
I think she left me.
Oh, she's over here. Ren.
Oh, she's coming back.
On the gas pump, fine. I haven't played on. Oh, really? Why haven't you played it over here? Tell me why. I'm just gonna run, I guess. Oh, hey. There's
She's
a
not
gas
really
pump right over
teleporting.
there.
No.
Oh, found it. Thank you.
You just lost interest? I'm obsessed with this game. I had the opposite experience of the last year. I feel like I just got more and more obsessed with the game in the last year. This one's corrupt now. I'm gonna go for save. Not a hater at all. No, yeah. I totally understand like taking breaks and being like, yeah, I'm not for it. That's kind of how I feel about Fortnite. Like, I just lost interest because Fortnite used to just be the game I played. I didn't play anything else on stream but Fortnite for like a year and a half.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go back this way. 'Cause I know where the jets are. You never did Fortnite or Marvel? I can't get behind Marvel Rivals. Sorry to that game.
Fuck.
But I really enjoy the characters.
Okay, I can make it in time.
JRPG nerd? Okay, so what are you playing now? Sorry to that man. Yeah, or Action Survival is my jam.
She teleported.
So what are some games that you're into at the moment? GTP.
Go, she's coming.
Oh, she's coming to take my ass out of here.
She just wants to
Said that
kill.
Your time
Well,
is
I
up.
think
She said, "Baby, your ass is grass."
Oh yeah, no. She wants you bad.
Hey, sister.
Persona 5. Ooh, that's fun.
Oh, she's about to like Batman drop on you.
I'm on my way.
Oh, I'm
We
cooked,
to provide
guys. I'm
stuff
dead.
for a place. I love being. Oh, I'm glad you love being here. That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy to hear. And honestly, like, and I say this every stream, I literally do this to hang out with y'all. So the fact that y'all like being here is so
I
important.
tried.
I'm sorry, Momo.
No, it's okay.
Miz, what's up, Miz? How are you doing? Happy Sunday. Yeah, I can heal you now. Right? Why does this have literally 99 on it? You watch them? Yeah, I feel that. Are you going for a save? Question mark?
Yeah, I'm ready for save.
Okay. I'm gonna just finish this gen then.
Okie doke. And I'm gonna see if I can take Chase because like she is just like super. Oh, okay,
She
no,
already
this
backed
one-
on hook.
Yep.
Hey, and then I know there's a gen up there I can work on. Star, if you come to second floor. Oh, I guess you guys are safe.
Right there, right there.
Go 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 go.
Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna come over there. Good at FPS too, sadly. I love first person shooters, but like
Oh, she
none of
wants
them are
me.
doing it for me right now.
Chase somebody else.
Where's the chase happening? Oh, never mind. I'm nowhere near that. I couldn't even be helpful if I wanted to be, or if I tried. I was across the map.
Oh. So we're
Across
not
the
gonna
map.
talk about that. Me going right down into basement.
Oh
Live for me.
God, I have not played DBD in a couple days. I need to get in here and see what these killers are about. I saw some content about the new killer, and I'm actually really excited about it. It's gonna be crazy. Justice for Manon, yeah, everyone.
Justice for Manon.
I love turn-based RPG. Okay, I literally the only turn-based RPG I played is Expedition 33. Horror action. I've never played a Resident Evil game, but I really want to play one.
You should.
Like watching Kevin play. Oh, she TP'd. This bitch just came out of the TV.
Oh,
Cindy,
okay.
this bitch is messing up my floor.
I really hope they bring Brenda and Cindy into DVD.
Like that would be so
Yeah.
crazy.
Honestly, think that'd be like the best-selling chapter,
Literally.
and all the outfits they could do too.
Mm-hmm.
But imagine if they had unique voice lines.
Ryan,
for
I was
certain
working on the
killers.
gen on second floor.
Yes, like the Onryo, like we
Yeah,
could
no, I
definitely
see
do that.
Oh yeah.
But I'm trying to take this chase as best as I can. Come here. Come here, girly. Come here. Brush your hair. Oh! Oh shit! She didn't like that. Run, run, run!
You got it. Trust.
No, I'm dead in lobby.
Oh, so that's really close.
Oh! Resilience! Finally worked on something like this, but in the wrong way. Oh. Anyway, Resident Evil's so fun. Ooh, but it looked like a lot of fun, and I love games like that. I'm so mad she didn't come out at Coachella, you know? She's taking a break.
I was a
Justice
second
for
away
Jessica.
from being done. Oh, don't.
I'm
do
so
it.
sorry.
Justice for Jessica.
I may or may not have taken one chance on Hook.
So let's stop. Liz.
You know, let
Two
us
more
live a little.
gifted! More gifted, Kevin. Should I run Slippery Meat? Be honest. Let's all run Slippery Meat, actually.
Exactly. So
Baby,
maybe
if your
that-
meat's not slippery.
Where's she at? Oh,
No!
she wants-
She's behind you! She just doesn't want me! Okay, you know what? Can I get a whiff? Does she go for pick or is she just following me?
She went for pick.
Oh, really?
So,
Okay, okay.
I'm
I'm...
her. And then you
No.
get Shaq, Trust. Not Shaq, Hatch, Trust.
Is there a locker here? No, I can fully come get you. I can heal.
You know, yeah. Go ahead and keep finding the locker, bestie. I totally will not do anything on her.
Ah! No! Don't do it!
Get Hatch. Remember me fondly.
At least I'm fully healed, I guess. No, but what if I... Oh, she knew!
She was just like, Yeah, I see you.
No, right?
You said surprise, bitch.
Uno reverse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh! Why was I stuck on the hook? Why was I stuck on the hook? Oh, Gabe, I didn't know your legs went that way. That's crazy. Let's go. Not the Whiffiana, honestly. This killer cannot bet against my Huntress. I love Huntress. Huntress is the only killer really I like playing as that I actually enjoy. So I'm seeing when I play, Justin will carry me. As you can see, I couldn't find a gen for the first half of the map. So a carry? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You're a Huntress main? That's so fun. Thank you for the gifted. Yeah, W gifted from Adam. Or from... Yeah, it was from Adam to Kevin and Teddy. I need hot men to carry me, and that's why we play Gabe. And that's why we play Gabe. You have a Founders? Oh my god, yes! Kevin has a Founders badge! I just realized that. Yeah, you are our most recent founder, even though Kevin literally found us like 2 years into stream. But yeah. Also, Ray lived for this song with Hans Zimmer. But I'm honestly I'm a little
Yes.
shaken and stirred because of how like intense the music is. I was like,
Yes.
this orchestra in the background. Like, what is this? You better run. No, I meant you. Carry me, Justin. Little old me. I can barely carry myself. I'll try my hardest. Dr. Jam, I promise. The first one was a wash. Like, it was our first match.
Yeah, it was warm match. Stress.
Just a warm up. We were just going like this. Even though that was what, the second match?
Well, second for you.
Right.
Oh, okay. Not too much on me now.
Baby, I still got like 4 warm-up matches to go.
Exactly.
Not too much.
Literally.
My survivor is all Felix. I'm not gonna lie, Felix is probably the only survivor I forget about.
Oh, damn.
Oh, wow.
Just,
this
I
is
always
Felix.
confuse. I just confuse him with Ash all the time. I'm like, which one are you?
Mhm.
Which one are you again? Oh, for Unforgotten. Fuck his drag,
Fuck
huh?
his drag.
No, dead ass. Hey, guys. Forget about the twins.
Is this a trapper?
I don't.
It isn't. Oh no, it's a Bubba.
Oh, fuck my life.
Literally, I hate going against Bubba.
It's okay. I am dainty, adorable. Carry me. Oh, period.
He's in
Oh,
the
I found
main
some spicy
building.
bones. Wait, where? Where in Maine?
He's just running around it,
Oh.
like for the inside.
Okay, see here.
I found spicy bones.
Get those spicy bones.
Rub them bones. I love seeing survivors mall walk with these jugs.
Okay, so he's on the edge of the map, and now he's heading back to Maine.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, he just wants to kill me.
Oh, did he figure out it was you that rubbed his spicy bones?
He said, I know when a man's touched my bones. We both tried to screw each other. I found more spicy bones.
Oh, where?
On the other side, like literally where I got picked up, you'll see them.
Oh, I see you. I'm near there.
Like literally where my hook is.
Hex Hive Mind. Okay.
Maybe that's what it is. So maybe that's what's over here. I never claimed I was good at this game. Why did I switch to JRPGs? Oh, it was probably because you said you weren't good. Once Chucky came around, I was like, no, sir, I'm good. Alien was legit enough. I'm dead. Run, Momo! Oh, okay, Moonwalk. I saw that. Do you see the bones there?
No.
They're
Yeah,
red,
I saw
Momo.
them. I saw them.
Oh, here Bubba comes, not minding his business.
Oh, so you like just whacking people.
Mm-hmm.
Use your chainsaw, coward. Oh, he is looping himself. He's fighting his demons. He didn't see where I went. Oh, now he sees me.
Lovely, lovely.
Okay, so he went to the bludgeon. He's silly goofy, kind of love him.
I heard that chainsaw rev.
Yeah, I did
Ooh,
too.
yeah.
He said, "Row."
Invitation.
I came back to this, Adam. I came back to this game right after Ghoul.
I found spicy bones.
Or actually, no, it was Dracula. I think Dracula came, and that's when I came back. You found more spicy bones? Like,
Mm-hmm.
you really just went hex shopping.
No, literally
Here,
went
you want me to
the
heal
store
you?
with just like, yes, give me everything. I want one of each.
Yeah, he was like, one of each, barkeep.
He left me. He left me. He's going to the other side of Maine.
Ooh.
The other side of Maine. Oh, we're just.
He
gonna
wants
do this then.
me.
Actually, I might jump off this gen and
Yeah, go ahead.
because the Breakman is on that side somewhat.
I'm hiding in the locker. Okay, he left.
He's on me. He hit my gen. He's looking in lockers. I have him confused. He's looking in every locker. He's going over to where I was hooked first.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
back
coming to
toward
me.
Maine. Yeah.
Honestly, gagged at how locked it is right now.
He's back on me. I got scared. He even revved on me, you freak! Oh, he hit me! You bitch. Oh! GG. Easy, easy, easy.
Should I not pop this just so that way he doesn't camp?
Yeah. Hold it off, I guess.
Ooh.
Yeah,
True.
I'm right here, so I can grab things.
Okay.
He like fully left me.
Pop it.
So.
Okay, let me-
Oh no, he's coming right back. He's
Grabbing
coming right
it,
back.
grabbing it. I took it, just go.
Thank you,
go.
Star. Thank you, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna heal on my self heal. Actually,
Okay.
I'm gonna open this door. And then I
Okay.
can self heal
I'll go-
after.
I'll
starting at the
reassure
door
Star.
now.
He is hitting me on hook.
Ew.
Yeah, he's
Whoa.
camping.
Diva, this is not the behavior.
Pooja, what is this behavior?
Don't come over here.
Get off my back.
If you don't like it, then you pick it up.
Do not tell me what to do. Should I open?
Yeah.
Yeah, open
Okay.
it.
The door is open. I'm gonna try to heal
I
real
don't
quick.
trust them.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna heal
both
real
are
quick.
open. I'm gonna see if I can come and grab.
I'm there. We're looking at each other. We're facing off.
We see each other.
He's- We see each other.
Okay,
He's
I'm
trying
coming
to tell
back
me
to
come
you
get
guys.
her. He's trying
And
to
he's
tease
gonna
me.
down you.
I know.
How rude. Listen, it was either this or Justin dies, and I wasn't gonna let that happen.
Does somebody have a flashlight?
I do.
No.
I do.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we can blind him. But he's
Okay,
looking
let
at
me-
Momo. I don't think he knows I'm here either.
Scared that if he knows you're there, he's gonna go for you. Is he a play for?
Oh my god.
Okay, so
That was not the move.
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
I didn't want Justin to die.
Ooh, he has Franklin's. Did not know that.
I think it's the chainsaw add-on actually for Bubba.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
clean.
You know what? Take the 2 out, honestly.
I don't want to leave.
GG. I'm sorry. Are you guys going for it?
No, don't.
Don't do it.
Don't.
I know I'm thinking about it too because I'm trying to think of how we could do it.
I'm just thinking about it. I'm not gonna actually do it, you guys. I'm just thinking.
I did it. I did it. Oh wait, we're gonna get P100 Aurella today. I'm like so sure of it.
You. Listen, we all get out, or none of us gets out.
Exactly. We live together or die together.
Oh, okay, so fuck Justin, eh?
I'm kind of
Oh.
tempted. Well, hey, I tried. I tried.
Well, not too much on me. A little on me. Yes. I'm so
running out of
excited.
flashlight.
Just leave besties, cause the timer too. It's okay. It's alright. It's alright.
Monte, how's your evening going?
Bestie,
Go to.
you let me grab him. You go to the corner.
Yeah. Well,
Get
he
outta
was
here.
hitting Star on hook, right?
Yeah, he hit me on hook.
Yuck.
Trying to like see if he'll turn one direction so I can grab.
I'm trying to get close without getting too close.
Mhm.
We're not gonna make it with the timer too.
You guys have to do your big
Leave,
one.
leave.
Fuck it.
Just leave.
Okay.
Just
YOLO.
vote. Just vote.
No.
Go.
I got stuck on a rock. I got stuck on a rock. Leave, Star. Leave.
Star, get out.
No,
go.
no, no.
Uh,
Here. Do though. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Crew World.
NTNT.
NT. Try, guys. Next time we get the
Oh, he's
4
running
out.
Lightborn.
He was running late.
Lightborn.
Hmm.
And
Oh.
he was still turning his eyes away. I'm dead.
He was tricky.
Weirdo.
Sick and twisted.
Mm-hmm.
It's going well. Just watching one of my favorite streamers. And who's that? This is why I ride my. This is why I hide my flashlight. Mhm, mhm. Honestly, Monte is a really good flashlight. Like the number of saves Monte got yesterday. It was crazy. Material. I'm trying to decide what I want for dinner. Okay, do you have any options? Oh, Jessica.
I'm here.
Oh my god, Star, you're here? Now I know.
Yeah, exactly.
WU. Justice for Jessica.
Justice for Jessica.
Mhm.
She's in here.
Maybe I should just, when I do my name change, I should just change it to Jessica.
You know what?
Not even your name.
Literally not, but you know.
Another Vecna. Look,
Justin,
I'm
I'm
what?
over it.
What kind of lobbies you got, my friend?
It's the same 3 killers in rotation.
Literally that.
Either cook or eat out. That is so vague, Monte.
You know.
Well. Oh my god,
did
Dr.
not
Jam.
wanna chase
Dr.
me.
Jam, you're being so generous. I appreciate you. To Matcha Fierce. Hey.
W Jam.
Oh,
I
this.
know. Thank you, Jam. You're the best. I appreciate you so much. You definitely don't have to gift subs, but get some more friends in here, you know? Sometimes those gifted subs to random athletes.
Ooh.
The number of random subs I've been gifted on some streams.
Yes. Holy.
Hell
shit.
yeah!
W
And was that a
save.
flashlight save? Let's go.
Literally.
Well,
Oh,
yeah.
he wants me so bad.
He's like, I live for the real
I'm
quick.
gonna go down again.
Alright, Monte, for dinner, I'm having. Maybe this will help you. I'm having rice and chicken.
No, he turned around.
He knew. He knew.
So now your turn, Monte. What are you having? Okay, Jen's done though.
Yeah, I'm a run for save.
Oh, fuck, he got me.
Why is he so damn fast?
His flight lasted a long time, so he might have a couple add-ons.
It's just downstairs.
Oh, you're downstairs.
Oh, you're in.
Sometime.
Mm-hmm.
There's no pallet down there anymore, just FYI. Oh, he's flying. Interesting.
Yes, I just got the hand. It is now. Okay, basements in Maine.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh! GG. I guess I can get Chipotle. Honestly, the Chipotle out here is so bad. Do you guys find that? Like, have you ever had fast food in other cities?
Yes.
Like, Chipotle here in Milwaukee sucks so bad. It's so bad. I don't know what's wrong with it. I don't know what's wrong with the Chipotle here. Hi, Ash. Welcome back. How are you doing, Ash? Welcome in. Make sure you get your check-in.
Hi,
for the day.
Ash.
Welcome in, Ash. Are you working today too? I hope you're not working. If you are, not too hard. That was a good chase. You think so, Monte? That means so much coming from you.
Where the fuck
I'm
is
really,
he?
really trying.
I don't know.
Oh, he's
think
no,
he
he's
was
coming
right
right
back.
back.
Oh, yeah,
No, he's
right
here.
there. He was across the street of me. Not me, Small House. Oh wait, start. If you want to come in front of Maine, or not Maine, house next to me, we're healing there.
Where we just did the gen, we're healing.
Yes.
I'm in Maine.
I
I'm
am,
in
and
Maine.
tell me why I got here.
Looping.
Got left here for an extra 2 hours lesson. What do you mean an extra 2 hours? Ash, tell us what happened. If I ever join, I'll go town it out for you. No! If you ever join, we all get out. All for one.
Oh.
Oh, stop.
Y'all didn't see that.
You know what? You're right. We didn't see it.
See what? Nothing happened.
Yeah, exactly. I had to wait for overnight to come in. They slept through their alarm and live an hour away. Ash, what? I would have crashed out and quit. I've been like, no, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Y'all can figure it out. Bestina Gaguilera. I think I know who that is. That's exactly what I said.
I wonder who that.
I wonder who this is.
It could be anybody on the roster.
Exactly. No, it can only be one. No, Astar, they love to tunnel me. Star, do you tunnel? You tunnel Jam, be honest.
What?
Unless you're
No,
saying killers
no,
love to tunnel you.
I would never do that. Would never do that.
Oh, he left me.
Yeah, he's on Star.
This man wants me.
Oh, Momo, if you go down.
Oh, just flying. Just flying.
Be down there in a second.
Running my.
Okay, so I said into the basement in me.
Yeah, I got you. I'll meet you down there.
He's
Okay.
Star is taking chase by the car outside Maine,
Oh yeah.
where the Legion chase happened. Shit.
Oh, hold
He's a little
on.
too
Where?
fast. Oh,
He's fast. I don't know what it is. Oh, you icon! You honestly are a legend, and I got that on stream.
W
And I got that on
save.
stream.
oh my life to you.
Hell yeah.
Oh, I
Bestina
know that-
Gaguilera Toki? Yeah, literally Toki.
Oh, why are we saying my government name?
It's literally your it's your have you ever had a dream? I used to crash out every time that shit would happen. I wouldn't be working there anymore. That's how I feel. I would literally quit. The gen outside of Maine is almost done, the blood gen.
Star.
Okay.
Keep running. I'm gonna see if I can come and lurk for save.
I am at Maine. He left me, I believe.
Oh, okay, Diva.
But
He's somewhere.
yeah, I think he's over by Shaq.
So
nice.
actually, yeah, big building. Okay.
Oh, good to know.
I'm going for door.
Yeah.
I'm opening door in the front of the map.
In front of map. Okay.
Where we were healing before.
To answer Jam's question though, they absolutely do not tunnel him at all.
Oh. So you're the
They
favorite. So,
literally like completely leave him alone.
Ryan, this door's open.
I'm coming.
Careful, Momo, though.
He's on my ass. He's on my ass.
Momo, go!
Both doors are open.
Go!
Shit!
No, I was trying to get out of your way!
I'm sorry.
It's too late. It's not too
Go.
late.
I'm gonna crawl. I'm gonna crawl.
Oh, crawl, crawl.
I got out.
The other door.
No, I was trying to get out of your way.
I
It was very
started
much like, you ever do that with somebody in the street, Momo, where you're like trying to get out of their way and you end up in their way anyway?
Yes.
That's exactly what was happening.
Uh,
Exactly what was happening.
That was so funny.
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm
don't
not
be sorry.
I'm not trying to. No, Monte is like, you sandbagged the shit out of him pretty much. I felt like I was sandbagged. Sorry. We were so close. I think you guys could totally get out. You guys can reset right there.
oh yeah,
You guys
yeah.
are next to each other.
Oh,
He don't even know. He don't.
No, he's just shooting off skeletons.
Nah, he's
I'm
panicking.
tackling Monte, please. I didn't mean to stand back up to you. Momo knows it wasn't
Ow.
on purpose.
No, I was panicking too because I thought he threw out his skulls, but he was flying.
Yeah, he was
shooting myself.
flying. You're like, go, 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 as you're slowing them down. Oh, stop it. I think you guys
Okay.
totally get out though. 'cause you look right in front of the door.
I go this way, you go to the left, and then I'll see if I could draw him over.
Yep.
Okay, period.
Okay, he's looking around.
I'm leaving scratch marks over here so that way he can try and follow around the house.
See him, but I know he's there. Oh, he's literally just standing in front of me.
Yeah, he's literally just watching.
Yeah, you're all, you're out here with the whole plan. I'm gonna leave scratch marks. I live.
I'm trying to see if I could bait him with the hit.
I think he knows that I'm here.
Oh.
Nice. Momo takes his
Period.
hit, by the way. Go, go, go.
Mama, watch your
Let's
word
go,
for the door.
No, no, no.
Sorry. Me just vibing. Okay,
We all
W4
got
out.
W4 out, you know,
Yes.
no one got sandbagged, not one.
Exactly.
Well, no.
Just delete the VOD. Just delete it from the VOD. GG's, period, yeah. Simonte, I knew they would get out. Guys, I'm determined to get Aurella there. I need to just...
You're gonna do it.
Oh, I don't have any more scream pies. Oh my god.
What's your Aurella at?
94. She's so
Ooh.
close. Yeah, I need to put an offering that's gonna. I guess I can play as her. And I'm gonna use eyeballs. I have 641 eyeballs. Guess I'm using those. Sorry, guys.
Store be greedy.
I'm
God.
being a little selfish. Guys, today was raining all morning while I was at work, and I regret not owning a like for 2 hours. Trying to organize flowers. Hi, my Momo. My Mosh Momo.
Mush Momo.
Mosh Momo. Momito, momito. Momito mio.
It's cute. Only you and Aries have called me Momito, which is cute.
Which, yeah, I was yesterday years old when I found out Aries is Puerto Rican too. I guess it tracks. It must be in the island water.
Jam.
Yeah, honestly, you know what? No one was gonna talk about it. No one brought it up.
I stay running amok in the fog. Like that's literally me. Just running amok.
I actually like this
no
map a
care in the
lot.
world.
Let's avoid the hooks
Oh.
and hit those generators.
Not the gen crabs.
Just the gen crabs.
Actually, sorry, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Is my bob chopped? Be honest.
Baby, Rafe
maybe a
already
little
answered that
bit.
for you.
Look, you know what? Where's the DC button?
Who is that? Who is that, Momo? On our left.
Bubba or Trapper?
It's Trapper.
It's Trapper. He's coming for my ass.
No, he left you.
Oh, he left me, yeah.
You know what? It doesn't matter if.
Can I get a
you
whiff
shots or
on
not,
Trapper?
You gotta fire fit, you know?
You know what? That's C. That's C.
He left me. He broke that pallet that
Oh.
I dropped though.
Oh wait, no, that's blocked off. Hold on.
Oh, blocked off.
Okay.
Can I get a whiff in
Ooh.
chat?
We'll get our workout in.
Thank you, Monte.
Exactly. Hatching like 3 eggs in Pokemon Go right now.
What do you mean? You know, I haven't played Pokemon Go. And it's 2 Fs. 2 Fs, Monte. I'm sorry.
Fuck.
So close, Momo. Good try. Oh. W Monte? Yeah, we love Monte.
Okay, so he trapped Shaq. Okay, he has bloody.
Oh, and he
Quill,
has
too.
the ear.
Oh, yay. Oh, he's coming over there?
I'm popping all these traps.
Period. Period. I see
ignoring
you.
me.
I see you, Star. Just vibing over there, my shack.
Help! Not him resetting, bestie.
Alright, I'm gonna go get
Oh, he
Momo.
wants you.
Oh, he wants me?
Mm-hmm.
What did I do? He stepped in his own trap.
Oh!
I'm
Never.
sure Momo can reset.
Nice. Yeah, I'm already.
Thank you, friends.
Of course. Just rubbing each other's backs.
Well, yes.
Thank you.
Festina.
I was being greedy. And
Okay.
I tried to greed the power. It's entirely my fault.
I'm gonna do some progress on this and then come get you. Oh wait, Star,
I'm
please.
here.
No.
No.
Under a pallet, though.
Not far. I'm not close enough.
It's okay.
Oh, sorry. Oh, be careful of the stairs over here. He trapped him.
Oh, he's coming for. Oh, for me. Never mind. My bad.
Okay, I'm gonna grab
Hi
his
Paige,
sister.
welcome in. Make sure you get your check-in, friend. How are you? How's Preston? How's the baby? How's life? How's work? How's your job? I'm gonna go for save.
Guys,
Oh,
I
I'm already
flopped
here.
terribly.
No, it's okay. Flop where? Oh, you already got it. Sorry. Why are there 3 pumps over here? Like literally right by side by side.
It's insane and crazy and cuckoo. Okay, so start running. Oh, he wants you.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm gonna go for Momo.
Hello.
Momito, vengo yo.
So, why are we tunneling?
No, like
That trap
we're
scared
at
me.
the-
There was a trap there. I thought I was gonna get stuck.
Oh, Momo.
I have him. I have Momo.
Okay.
I can go get Star
Thank
if you don't
you.
want to find a gen.
Okay.
I don't have any
Okay.
boots. He went through Maine.
Yup.
No.
Bestie, run.
Hey, damn.
I'm here for you.
Oh, he left me?
For Hook.
He's
Maybe?
probably
Yeah,
gonna
he's
come
coming to Hook.
back.
Oh, yeah, he's going
I'll take
to
this chase star as much as I can.
Mhm.
No, he did not come
wants
for me. I'm gonna go be your bodyguard. If you can try to turn around, I can come here.
Can't.
Oh no.
I'm gonna
Okay,
try.
I'm with you though. Okay, I'm here.
Like, bestie, don't let the worms take over. You don't have to tunnel.
Go. He's turning around. No. No!
It's okay. Let me go.
No!
wants me,
Stop
it's
it!
fine.
Stop it! No!
You mind grabbing me? Because he has the iron bar, so I'm gonna follow. Oh, wait, actually, no. Hi. Oh.
Oh.
Hello.
Oh, Rosa.
Well, that's not.
So, Diva, you weren't near
You weren't even near the pallet,
the
sir.
pallet. You know, it's like one of that what was it? That meme of like Inside Out, where it's like, do you ever wonder what's going through someone's head?
He went back for Hook. You freak of
Oh my
nature.
god. What a greedy man.
I know. You're nasty.
Oh, he's going
Doesn't wanna-
the other way yet. Oh, he's
Doesn't
coming this
want my-
way.
He
No,
doesn't
no,
want
no.
my chase.
Oh, and you whiffed. Now what?
Oh. Hello.
You healing in front of him is frying me so bad.
Well, baby, we gotta get value of Wiglif.
Exactly, Wiglet.
I'm gonna lift a wig and I'm gonna do it right.
All right, I took that. I need him to hook me. There he goes. Y'all need to just reset somehow. I'm smoking. Entertain me, J Little. You keep ghosting me, bro. I can't entertain a ghost.
Oh, Momo. Meet me at behind main.
What are you laughing at, Monte? Just me locked in. Jackson just recently turned 2.
He's following me. Just leave.
And he's doing great.
I'm gonna die.
Preston is great and has been driving the boat. Work is going
Maybe
great
not.
for me, and I'm learning more into my specialty about being.
Oh, yeah, no,
about-
he's on me.
Oh, being adult
Okay,
autism.
I'll
Yeah,
take
that's
No.
awesome. It feels great to have more clients
I'll get
and feel
Justin.
so passionate about my work. You've lost 30 pounds. Let's go. You screaming? No. Don't laugh at me. You've lost 30 pounds. That's incredible, Paige. Paige. That sounds like the best catch up. Like that update.
Oh, whoops.
I didn't mean to pick up this flashlight.
No, wait, I didn't finish healing you. Oh my
Oh.
god, now I can't stop picking it up.
There you go. Oh, the
Um,
stars
it's
flashlight. Where are you? No. Oh, right by a hook. That's not.
Well, at least I die. So I win by getting out. Trust.
Momo, be careful. He's going that way. Oh,
You stupid bitch.
did anyone bring a hatch up?
No.
Oh no.
Oh, he's slugging. He's slugging for the 4K.
Yeah. No, he's picking.
Look for me though.
You got this, Justin.
Ooh, you're eating them up.
Oh, so close. Yeah.
A certified looper.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He's literally doing nasty things to me. Nasty, horrible things.
Not him
Oh,
defiling
God.
you.
Why would he defile me as like so? Why was he doing all that?
Well, hopefully you did
Rose.
it nice and good.
Bye. He wants the attention. You know, he probably saw the hatch too, and then saw that I ran into the building. I just didn't want him to bother me anymore. That's for my friend. I'm not gonna let you do that to me. That was hard.
I'm sorry.
that was actually so hard. So close. I know. I thought I was gonna die. What were you gonna say, Momo?
I was gonna say, do we need a hatch offering or not? Or are we okay without it?
We're okay without it, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
I think.
Bless you.
Oh, let's just keep dumping points. There you go, Momo. That command needs to come out of retirement.
Well, yes, I got you.
I burp 100 million times. So much.
Oh, I'm gonna bring an eye next match since that's what we're doing.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Let's get this done.
That's the kind of game we're having.
Oh, it's a Myers. It's a Myers.
Oh, yeah.
Mikael, my love, where are you?
My
Baby,
love.
he's
The
blind.
children are wondering where you've been.
Come home. You said you were going out for milk. Oh, I see him. I'm running to him.
The amount of times I get him on this map specifically is crazy.
Hi, Kitty. Hi. Don't you shake your head, Normie.
Keep
Okay.
your
Oh, damn.
Ooh.
No, he whacked me. I deserved it. But don't
Oh,
put me off the hook. I'm where I want to be.
I'm where I deserve to be.
Okay,
worked
so I
for
can
it.
see it.
You worked for your hook.
You know that's due.
Oh, I see him.
He's coming straight for me.
He doesn't even hit the gen, which is kind of fun.
Oh, he's so fast.
Oh!
I'm coming, Rosa.
Okay, did
No!
anyone see that dash?
I did, and I couldn't save you because I was on the wrong side of the pallet.
I've never seen him dash that fast. That was insane. He's looking for you.
Is he at Shack?
Yeah. No, he's over by me now.
Okay, good. Because I didn't know where he was.
He's going back towards Shack, looking around.
Oh yeah.
He's going towards the center.
I'm gonna try to save her.
He's
Here, I'm
going
gonna
back.
fix this first.
Oh, he found me a moment.
No, he's looking. Yeah.
Oh, you better run, girl. Hey,
Oh, yeah,
come
no,
for me
you-
instead.
Sure.
It's really
Okay,
curious
Lee.
because he's acting like he has scratch mirror, but he doesn't.
Oh my god.
With the way he's looking around.
I'm also reading. I'm reading girly behind all your shows because you prefer to read. Yes. Oh my God, little cozy.
He, like,
read.
he's-
I love that. Yeah, he's
he's-
coming to our den.
Yeah.
Look at me. Look at me. Not my friend Star.
He chose you.
Yeah, big whiff on Miguel.
It still flies me that they
Never.
Told Michael.
He hit the pallet again.
Oh, period. Is he picking up?
Yeah, he is. He's just breaking the pallet first. No, he's not picking up. Oh, he's looking for me. He doesn't know where I am. He doesn't know where my body went. He doesn't know where my body
Recover.
went.
Recover, I'll come. Oh, never mind.
No, he's out. I also had
Damn.
conviction. I low-key could have.
So we're not talking about that.
Yeah. What are you
No,
reading right
no.
now, Paige?
Fuck.
How have you been? Any new updates? Well, chat and stream already kind of know that life's been a little hard on me. But
He's
stream has
coming
been
back.
a lot
he's
of
coming
fun.
back.
Stream has been a lot of fun. I've been meeting so many cool people, like the people we're playing with right now. And I've been feeling really lucky to have met them. And I'm not just
We're
saying that
lucky
because
to have
they
met
paid-
you.
They paid me to say
No.
that.
Oh, I'm going down again.
I'm watching you. I'm sorry, friend. I can't help, but I'm gonna finish the gen.
No, it's okay. Yeah, get that gen done.
Alright.
Period.
Have a bit of Momo.
Now I get the fuck out of here. Oh, he's coming for you.
No, he left.
Oh.
He doesn't want.
He's going back
I'm gonna-
to. He's going back to Hook.
I'm going
I gotta
straight
text
for
him.
Star.
I got the wrong second.
No,
Okay,
not
you got it.
myself. Oh my God, heal.
He's coming back. He's coming back.
Yeah, I know.
He's coming back.
I could have finished the
It's
heal.
really goofy here.
Oh. I could have finished the heal, I think. Oh. Now I'm walking backwards. Reading Akatar series. Ooh, book 2. I've also read Fourth Wing series. Love fantasy series a little. Like, oh. This one's got a little sweetness to it.
No.
I'll go for Justin.
He's on Star, who's
No.
Okay. He would have gotten me either way.
no.
Goodbye.
I think we just need to run out of here, Mo.
Yeah.
Come back. Oh, he's walking right over your friend.
Ooh. Let me see if I can distract him. Oh, no. Yep.
Oh, me hearing this done, I'm screaming.
Yeah, it was loud as hell.
Whoa!
Hey Diva, let's heal.
Hey,
Let's
thank you.
let's get together.
That's
'Cause
just
if you wanna-
nice.
Oh, the back ribs? Yeah, I have like massage therapy, like all that.
Oh, right. That's professional.
Say that. Okay, so let's run.
He left me,
I had to pre-drop that.
Oh, okay, so he wants you. Hello, Barbara.
No.
This is Shirley.
I'm looking up. Look at Miguel. You don't believe in whimsy. Just be honest. Just tell us that. Just tell us that. I'm sorry that life's been hard, but I'm so glad to hear you're making good connections. Yeah, I mean, look, and I go on tangents like this all the time on stream recently, but it's the truth, and I'm gonna be honest about it. Like, stream's only fun because I come here to hang out with people, and I've met some really great people here, yourself included, Paige. Like, I've known you for so long, and I'm so happy that we have such a good friendship that I'm like invested in you and your children and your life, you know, and that's all I really want is to just meet people who are just like me and that they're doing the best they can with what they got. And yeah, life sucks right now, but I wouldn't even say life sucks. Just professionally, my life's a little hard, but overall, I'm really, really grateful for all the people who are there for me, my support network, and like honestly, my Twitch community. Like everybody here that I've met in the last 6 months, year even, have really, really been there for me, and it's been really great.
Oh,
Aw.
he lost me.
Yeah, man. I get a little sympty.
No, but we love you, Justin. Like that's why we're all
Agreed.
here. It's we love you and
Exactly.
we're happy to support you and we're thankful to have met you, honestly.
Mhm.
That's so sweet, and I appreciate that.
Mm.
I appreciate that. Period. Cries. Literally. Yeah, and everybody here hanging out. Like, I just want to be silly, goofy, and hang out with people who want to hang out with me back. You know what I mean? Oh. Did you know he was there?
No. Michael, stop fucking perceiving.
Because I'm spectating, and that was a jump scare. Nice. I did not read him well at all. I know for a fact we all love you so much. And that means so much, and I believe you all. I believe you all so much.
Look at him. Don't piss me off.
Not the slug for 4K when he knows he could probably just find you and kill you anyway. Like you're already damaged, injured.
I'm coming for you, Rosa. Keep recovering.
Get that wig lift. Get
If I
that wig
make it.
lift. Come on, you got this, Momo.
Go on without me.
Fuck, he's on my ass.
Here.
No!
No.
No, good try.
Oh,
Not me, I
Oh,
mean
he's
you.
doing dirty things.
What?
A little
he's not
harder,
filing
Michael.
you.
A little harder next time, Michael.
Wow, right,
Do it
right in front of Rosa. He did that right in front of you. How do you
You're
feel
like,
about
"Go
that?
big or Go home.
Yeah, I done stole his man. What's
Yeah,
new?
Like that's crazy. Is it in yet? Ew! What?
Crazy.
I don't know, Monte. It was too small to tell.
Oh.
Yup. It's me being a prude. Ew! Don't talk about Michael like that.
I mean, that's Rosa's man. That's not my man. I don't
That's
know.
true. That's
Oh, no,
true.
no,
Like
why-
Rosa, get your man.
Absolutely no. Like, get a
Please.
personality. Do better.
If that's your man, why he over here? That's what Momo said. If that's your man, why he over here? Precise. Not on my watch.
To be talked about in such a manner like this on this day.
That ain't shit. Moral of the story.
That ain't true.
I really cannot believe how long we've known each other. Literally, I've known Paige for 3 years, 4 years now. No, I've known you since COVID. Paige and I used to play Fortnite for hours during COVID. Literally like 6 years. Easy.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
COVID times.
Literally COVID times. It was like 2021, I think we met, right, Paige? That Michael had tiny dick energy. I had to pull out a motherfucking magnifying glass.
Period page, literally.
I love just having a magnifying glass on deck. That's crazy. Just having one in your pocket. Pull it out of your shirt.
Monty.
We playing peekaboo!
Crying.
So funny. Yeah, Monty's a clown. Come on, Club Bops. Yeah, this is what I have to listen to when I'm playing this game. I just need to stay hyped. My energy needs to be up.
Honestly, real.
Honestly, yeah. Both of you also listen to really good music while you're playing. Well, Rosa doesn't really listen while you're playing. You kind of do it, but still, the music bop. The music bops.
Wait, what happened?
Like you usually turn off your music like during the game. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Turn it back
yeah.
on during lobby. But it still It still slaps. It still slaps.
Oh, it's Nemi, and he saw my ass.
Actually.
Oh my
should we
god!
do
Fuck! He
club
scared
here?
me.
I'll
club.
give this to you in the club. We all fam.
We all fam.
Oh, there you go. Wait, hold up. There you go.
Oh, I'm a chop. Chopped
No,
Momo.
don't say that, Momo. Oh, I'm a chop too. I just missed a skill check.
Screaming.
Party in the
I
club,
really
y'all.
wish I could have gone downstairs in the club.
No, like they should let us vault down there and put like stairs to run back upstairs.
Yes. Especially since you have like those half stairs right there on the stage. Like they could have
No,
like came up more. Maybe in the future. Maybe if y'all complain enough.
Yeah,
Hide the
don't
money,
do that.
y'all. There's 4 people.
Oh, okay. He went the wrong way. I'm gonna go grab Momo.
Counting my
know,
blessings because I haven't seen a zombie.
Do you ever wonder how
True.
much they got paid to record voice lines for the zombies?
Oh.
I should have bet they just stole from The Walking Dead.
You know that's real.
He's in the
I
club.
referred-
He's oxygen.
I referred to the zombies yesterday as Methany. And Monty got a kick out of it.
Love that.
Oh, they're both over here by Momo's home.
Sandbag.
Why is he so fucking fast, this big ass bitch? Damn, just M2 in a bitch. Like, put that tentacle away, sir.
Ooh.
Oh, no way. Could you have gotten that, do you think? Do you think he was close enough to the pallet? Because he was
no,
really
was
in
not.
there. No, he wasn't. I couldn't tell. That would be
Otherwise I
crazy.
would've thrown it down.
That'd be
He was,
crazy if he was
just
so
close
greedy.
enough that I
Yeah.
could-
Damn. He was so greedy to hit you.
Oh, he's back on my ass? Is he?
Oh, no, he was just in the
Yeah, he is.
center. Oh,
Yeah, he's coming from me.
I'll get saved.
Oh, okay. There
What's
you
the
go.
boy zombie
Oh, he
name?
has
What
a-
is Ryan? What's the boy zombie name? It's Methany and who?
Hope that hook isn't.
He
Oh,
has a
thank you,
hex in
Frank.
the back corner.
Matthew.
The Methodist?
Matthew. Wait, dude.
Thank you.
You said there's a hex in the market back corner, or is it in the back corner past the market?
Back corner
Oh,
of where
that's
the club
not.
and the door is.
He has an eerie add-on to the vaccine. By the way.
Oh, is the exposed one?
Yeah, like I'm exposed right now.
Oh, hey Diva.
He
start
left.
running.
He left me. I think he's gonna come for you, Justin. He's gonna
Yeah,
come
he
for you,
is.
knowing that you're exposed. I'll go for the hex. I don't know what it is. Let's hope it's not haunted.
Oh.
Okay,
Why is he so fucking
there's
fast?
two of them. There's two of them.
Okay.
Hexes.
Ryan.
Love that.
Oh,
I tried. I tried.
It was the yeah.
Like you had to hear me doing the effort, you know? It doesn't count if I didn't do that.
No! Oh my god, I was so close to wiggling free. I hate it.
Okay, first of all, not this man had the two hexes.
Oh damn.
the thrill of the hunt.
Oh. Oops.
Oh,
And
I got
haunted
it as X.
ground.
Fuck!
Not even
We
close.
love
knew
to
it.
see it.
Let's
Everybody's
run.
running that shit lately. Oh my god. The fact that this is like my third time cleansing a haunted grounds in past week, and I've
The
never
way you-
cleansed one before in my life.
The way we were like, no haunted, please. There it was. Nemesis is back on me,
Jesus.
by the way, so no worries, guys. He has no idea what y'all are.
Ooh, I gotta go reassure you though.
Where's he at?
I'm coming.
I don't know where he is, but he, like, you see the direction you're running? This is how that's the exact same direction. Like, he went that way.
Guess I'm off.
He went that way.
Hit your skill check, sister.
No, let me
Oh,
hit-
you're
let
off
me
the
hit-
hook.
Yeah. To get my conviction up.
Which is 99?
No. I'm scared. I don't want to die.
It was right there.
Ooh, I'm scared.
Two hexes? Gross. Matthew is wild. I kind of live for Matthew. Methany and Matthew? Period. Wait, there's more spicy bones here!
Does he have Undying?
Oh, I'm cursed thrill of the hunt.
Yeah.
Okay, he's back over by my gen. I'm by club. Oh, he's checking.
Should I go for
Walker.
star? What?
I'm
I'm exposed again.
yeah, me too. But it's because I just did the hex. I cleansed the hex.
Oh. I'll go for star. I'll go for star.
I'm here too, so we can double her.
Oh, okay. Then I'll
Unless you wanna
finish
keep
my
doing
gen
it.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Shaq.
Okay, bet.
So who cleansed that one?
I'm not gonna lie, it was me. I'll own it.
Okay. Okay. Watch. Because
You.
the moment you popped it, he looked right at me.
Oh hell no.
He
Baby,
saw
all you
me.
had to do was loop a little. No, I'm kidding.
He walked right past me and then broke his neck to look at me.
That is.
I'm gonna hit your gen first.
Yeah, no, don't worry about it.
I'm coming for you.
Yeah, this is the first step. Ooh, proof.
Oh, exclamation mark Discord, y'all! Exclamation mark Discord.
Uh-huh. The proof is in the pudding. I mean, the vegan.
Certainly a type of pudding for sure.
Ew, oh.
Hold on.
like, what? Now, what are you talking about, really?
Have a great
Oh,
day,
Methany,
girls.
not you. We meet again, bitch.
Oh, and Methany in her chopped ass wig. Hold on.
I'm getting so annoyed with the zombies though, because they're in like every store.
Yeah.
I can't hit a
there's
skill
no
check
room
for
to
my life,
run.
guys.
Mm-hmm. He. I feel like he might have
coming to
more
me.
reading for
Oh no, he's on Ryan.
Oh. Oh, he left me? Oh, wait, be careful. Remember you.
I'm going to club.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even see him.
You know what? I'll hold off on the vaccine.
I'm going to market. This might.
Okay.
I might need some help though, cause my
Oh,
death
you're on
hook-
death hook. Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh shit.
Oh.
Damn it.
Distract him. I have conviction.
No, he's coming. Oh, no. Nice, and he whiffed.
Oh, we can't go this way because the gens are being worked on back here.
If you gotta run back this way, run back this way. I can take a hit for you.
Okay, fine. I'm gonna
Maybe
die
you're
though to
missing.
conviction. I'm gonna die to conviction.
Just keep running as far as you can.
I'm in an
Okay.
alley.
Fuck.
I see you. I'm on my way.
He's gonna
Oh,
see you. He's
incredible.
gonna see you.
No!
Okay, so.
No! That's what we need. A missed skill check counter. You know what, Monte? I'm not gonna manifest that. I'm not even gonna entertain that idea.
Period.
I'm on my way.
Okay, I'm
You guys
taking
get
him
out.
away.
You guys get out easy.
He left me. He's probably going right back to Momo.
Yeah. I'm on a pallet, but I think you guys are too far.
Yeah, I'm too
Yeah.
far.
Just an idea. You should. You know what you should. Wolfie should have a Miss Dead Heart counter. That's what we should have.
Oh. Monty, fight back, sister.
No, it wasn't even toward Monte. It was toward our friend. Let's wake that
Oh,
up.
sorry, I wasn't
Exactly.
even. I missed that part.
No, I don't think I've ever. I think Monty's always gonna call me out for making mistakes before I call them out. And who the fuck kept calling me Monty? Monty. It's Momo. It's and just like that, Momo saves.
He left me, I
Ooh.
think.
Throw Diva run. He's on his way. He's approaching rapidly. Oh, no, never mind. He's going through club. So we're gonna go this way. We're gonna take the back streets.
Oh hell no. Oh hell no! His big ass self decided, I'm gonna punch you.
How is he gonna
Think
swing the
Think of my name like Beyonce. Guess who's jealous of Adele? Monte.
Beyonce.
Monte.
I'm gonna try to open market door.
He's gonna get my ass. Or not.
Okay, so why is the zombie like
Just
camping?
chilling in front of you.
Like report zombie for camping?
Opening the door. And I'm gonna come for
I'm-
you.
I'm behind you. I'm behind you. Turn around.
Not the
turn around.
donkey punch. No, literally.
Oh yeah, he's back over
I've
here
been
with me.
silent.
Oh, we gotta go for. You're gonna
Yeah.
Like,
die.
is donkey the word that's being blocked?
No, get out. We can do it too out. He's over here. He's securing the kill.
Let me try to reassure you at least, sister.
Oh, it's fine. I'll hit my skill checks. Oh, he's going after me.
Sorry, you can go for
He
save.
leads him away.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
No, Momo.
Get the save and run.
Rip in peace, Momo. You got hit by a bazooka.
Do you know what a donkey punch is? No. Enlighten me. Enlighten chat.
Where
I've never had
did
one of
you go,
those.
Rosa?
Let's see. Oh, Nemesis is on them.
Careful.
Damn, you definitely made that vault though. So I'll take
Mhm.
Ooh. No way! No way! Oh, he put him down!
Wait, I'm gonna crawl because if anything.
Get out. Yeah, Star, if you can get the door, and then Ryan try to get Hatch.
Did anybody bring a hatch offering?
No.
I feel like we talked about it, and then I said we're fine without it. I literally said I think we'll be okay without it. Oh, they come in clutch. I'm screaming. Oh god, it's a screenshot.
First today. Oh,
Oh, okay, so.
Now what the hell is this? I don't like that.
Oh.
I don't like Donkey Punch. Take it back. Not the clip.
This cannot
This was a Donkey Punch Monday. Disgusting.
Jeez, I just looked it up too. My God.
Like, isn't that crazy? People died, Kim. People died at Stonewall.
no one died. at
Nobody
Stowe.
died?
No one died? Kevin, I can't believe you know that. I can't believe that word is in your vocabulary. Shame. Just kidding.
Okay, I'll bring Hatch as Shack. Let's see if we'll make use of it. If not, I'll switch back to the eye offering. So what did we learn? And not
You
to
know,
do
we
what
learned
Kevin
that-
tells us.
We learned that donkey punches are not for the weak, okay?
Right.
Wait, this is really your first time ever hearing of a donkey punch?
Well, yes.
Baby, I'm innocent. What do you mean?
Right, like,
Just-
I'm
Justin
not
and I are
I'm
just
not
sweet
punching no
angels.
donkeys.
Right.
I'm not punching no donkeys. What I look like.
Listen, I don't know what you get up to after hours,
Mhm.
Mr. Rosa Ryan Toki, but that's none of my
Oh,
business.
the middle
Okay,
name.
that's why
The
only
middle
thing
name is crazy.
We'll find out.
The middle name is crazy.
Oh, jump scare.
Hmm?
No, because why did my camera like
Oh,
start in her
alright.
face?
Alright, buddy.
Wow, so warm.
So warm. Everyone roast some
Oh, do they have
marshmallows.
Where's the
story
witch
to tell?
chanting?
Escucha. La veces por las no se carta confundidas en la noche, los auténticos libros como ahora, la obra de la que oculta.
Yeah.
And break. Alright, let's go, guys.
Let's go, kitty cats.
So what? The full government name, literally. First name
Look,
Ryan,
and
last
I
name
did
middle name
nothing
Ryan.
crazy.
That's an
Is this
attack.
another trapper?
It sounds like Bubba Trapper. It's a trapper.
Oh,
It's a trapper. It's a
and
trapper.
he's setting up.
Ooh,
Wicked Witch.
Flip it around.
Flip it around. Witch. Oh. Oh.
Okay, so
Oh, he's
I'm
coming
aware.
right back. He's going right back to
He
you.
has the the phone.
There you go.
This game.
Leave my friend alone.
Who doesn't love Dead by Daylight? And
Thing of
everybody
horrors.
is the same trapper.
Oh.
Oh,
Yes,
he
no wonder
left.
You're broken.
He left. He left. He left. No.
Oh wow.
I'm so sorry.
Get out, be free!
Weird trap placement. Like, what the heck?
He knew Dead by Daylight's demographic and knew that was the right spot.
We're all okay. We're gonna be okay.
I don't know. He's hiding his traps in really good spots, honestly.
Hey, so I don't mean to warn you. Okay, so he put it back under the horse's butt.
Wait, why are
Jesus.
y'all so close to the horse's ass?
He that
He
the
got stuck in his own
horse is here.
trap. He got stuck
Oh,
in his
no.
own trap. Come here, Mr. Trapper. Oh.
Oh, I'm cooked. I'm cooked.
Y'all have so many trappers literally not roasting marshmallows on a trash can. We gotta do what we gotta do. Oh, bitch! I knew this trap was here too. I'm an
Wait,
idiot.
Sometimes you just run
Out.
into them.
I'm on my. Hello, Diva.
Oh, no.
Diva, you. How did you miss that? Hello. Oh.
No!
Oh shit.
So me trying to throw the pallet, like.
I was trying to throw the pallet actually. Oh, thank you. I'm leaving.
Actually, the way he just got Eiffel Towered, kind of love that.
We love a little Justin.
Step in this one
And you know what, Monte,
Stepped in his
please.
life.
That was wild. I knew he was there too. I just didn't remember. My brain was not working. I don't like this. Oh.
Hi. Sorry.
99 me, because there's a gen back there.
Okay, so 99.
Unless there's a skill check, just finished.
No, I just got my
Like
first
that
one.
one time.
Like the one time.
You're
No,
like,
it's happened a
99, I'm
few
like,
times.
okay.
It's happened a few times too.
Wild.
Like to other people. I'm like, no way.
Listen, chat doesn't even know that. It was the one time.
Oh, true. It never happened before, actually.
He's here, he's perceiving me.
Monte, don't judge me. I'm sorry.
He is ignoring me. He's going straight back, so be careful.
He went back to Maine. Right. It was all an illusion.
Nah, he's off to me now. No. Oh. Hey, don't see me.
Maybe he has whimsy and joy in his heart.
I love this whip.
No,
Y'all are
baby.
key. You know, we try to be. We had to run it back because we played randomly. I think it was random, right? I was just doing open lobbies and you all just
Yeah.
in the same
Yes.
lobby. And then we just played for like a whole hour. Hey Matt, welcome in. Thank you for the
Ooh.
check-in, bro.
Oh fuck.
How was your rave yesterday?
So, do you want to talk about it?
No. Thank you. Thanks for making space for me.
Of course. I wanted to hear about your experience.
Yes, Ash, get your check-in. But don't worry,
Oh, he's coming
Um,
over here.
if you're anything like CJ forgets to check in, but has a 40 stream streak. So, you know,
Literally.
sometimes you're just here for the ride. Boy, it was so good. Who did you go see? I don't really know a lot of DJs. But maybe I know the one you went to go see. You know, who knows? Here, can you fully him? Yep. I'm gonna go get Momo Star.
Okay.
I'm taking him to Shaq. He's in main right now.
Yeah, I hear that chase.
Distract.
Hold on. If he faces that way, come on, face that way, Diva.
Is there a trap here?
No.
There's a trap here. Let me just.
Resnick? Oh, I know Resnick. High music? I know Resnick.
Hold on. Oh.
Oh, you have a.
Yeah. If you want to unhook Star.
Yeah, I'm gonna go now.
Yeah.
Oh, he left me, so be careful.
Oh, he's gonna come for me. He wants me dead. He doesn't like me. Oh my god.
Not a
Bro,
trap.
take me out of
no.
here.
Oh,
Take
sorry.
me out of my misery.
You're good.
You had the best time. Period. I'm glad you enjoyed it. How was your Sunday? You know, I bet post rave Sunday is like recovery day. Get hydrated. Get a nap. Momo, please. I'm sorry.
In the arms
In the arms of an angel.
Yeah, don't be sorry. It was my time. It was my time.
Spent most of it sleeping. See, I bet. I've never been to a rave, like a proper rave, but I would love to go. You're being so careful about these traps.
No, literally.
Like, I don't want to do it. We've hit so many of them. I almost hit one.
I think he's in me.
Trap trauma is so real. Like, literally me looking around every nook and cranny. Well,
Pop this before you get over here. Yup.
So in main at the top, where there's the door and then the window, he did not trap the window, but he trapped the door.
okay.
Okay, so he ate me up. He double backed and I didn't realize. He's picking.
Well, if you're ever in the UK, I'll take you to your first rave. Oh, period. So, you're gonna fly me out. That's what you're saying. Oh no, you said if I was ever there. Now how are we gonna make that happen? I'm gonna go for a save. Oh no, he's kind of close to me. Walk
I
right
can go
past
for it.
me. No. He's just lurking around.
Just remember, don't get too close to the horse's butt.
Hi.
Hi.
No, heal. Oh, there's a med kit. In-person co-stream and rave acts. Oh, period. Yeah. Then you could redeem yourself from forgetting who I was.
Ooh.
The lore there is that Matt literally rated
Wait,
me. And
99 or 100?
it's fine.
Okay.
The lore is that Matt rated to me, and then the next day I went to his stream, and I was like, "Oh hey," he goes, "Hey, who are you? How do I know you?" And I was like, "Oh, that's crazy." Like I think we can finish this door. There's a trap on the window too.
Oh.
Like the window behind you, there's a trap.
Okay.
I'm gonna close it actually because I won't go down. Bye. He went straight for. Things are finished. He went back. He went toward main. He's going to the door over here. I'm gonna open the door back here. You put a trap on this door. You trap the door over here. I'm gonna disarm the trap.
Okay, yeah, he's over here by me. I'm gonna see if I can run him away. Oh, no, he's going right back.
He's just gonna place the trap again. He's going back to that door.
Okay, I'm running away. Okay, he's committing to me.
Okay, hit the door.
I'm back on my door. The way that's actually happened to me too, and the girls still acted like they never met me. I'm dead, and we're still in safe spaces. No, Matt has answered for his crimes. Okay, I'm going for the save.
He's gonna hit me out. Oh, or not.
No. Does he pick?
Yep, he got
Oh
me.
shit.
It's okay. The door's open.
Wait, where is he taking you? Oh.
He's going back towards you guys. I would just get out if you can.
Ryan, where are you?
I'm running to the door.
Oh. So did I, but you're not here. So I feel like
Okay, so I
maybe
ran to the
you don't
door.
know where the door is. Oh, the other door? Okay, you can get. Can you get out? Can you get out? Can you get out? Can you get out?
Oh, okay, I see him.
I'm at the other door.
I'm running to the door now. I'm coming from main. If you can. Oh no, I'm going down.
It's okay.
He's looking around.
Mhm.
Oh, he's picking up.
Mhm.
He's taking me away. He's taking me further away.
God damn.
He's trying to put me on hill. He's taking me so far away.
Can you wiggle out? Can you wiggle out?
Yeah, look out. Hello.
No.
I hate Wiggles so much.
Is he just camping you?
No, he's setting up traps around here. He's going up on the hill now. Honestly, Justin.
Oh! So
What was that? Okay, James.
that just gave me a headache. Anyway, you know, we totally got out. Everyone got out.
Hey guys, we got
to-
out.
We totally didn't have the doors open. We totally got out.
one dies, we all die. It's okay, guys. So that means we all
Exactly,
escaped.
exactly.
Oh my
That's
how it
God.
works.
That was stressful.
W4 out.
You know,
W4 out. Woo.
and that was my first hook. Second hook? I'm calculating. Monte Hush! A4 out. Hi, Andy. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? How's your Sunday? How was your Sunday?
Screams in the dark to a whole nother level.
Hi. Hi, hi. How are you doing, Andy? Also, y'all, I know I said till 6:30, but obviously, like, you guys can keep playing or whenever you have to. I just looked at the time.
Oh shit, yeah, what the fuck?
Time flies.
Time do be flying by.
My Sunday is good. Waiting for edible to kick in. Honestly, that's a great thing to be doing. Waiting for the edible, you know? Another 4 out. Let's go. Literally, we're gonna get another 4 out. I feel it in my bones. I'm moving on from this. Let's put Slater back on. Can I get some W's in the chat? Also, the goon is crazy. Don't ask why I called it goon. I just thought it was funny.
If it's a Trapper or a Vecna, can we do something similar to what we did with the
Yeah,
Legion
oh, hell
match?
yes.
Because
Yes.
I'm tired of this shit.
I'm tired of this, Grandpa.
Well, that's too damn bad.
Literally the Trapper to us. Well, that's too damn bad.
Literally.
Let's hope it's a Chucky.
I have no
Oh, you can keep that energy to yourself.
Yeah, let's not manifest that.
Oh.
We'll manifest Henry Vecna.
Oh, it's a
mommy.
Houndmaster. Interesting.
Oh, and she's on my ass. Hey, sister. Oh my god, she's fast as fuck.
Oh yeah, she sent her dog all the way back to this gen.
I just rubbed some of her bones. Sorry. Bump right into you.
That's my spot.
Oh.
I know. It's Big Mama.
Oh, she has Franklin's. She has Franklin's, guys.
Oh, don't forget to go back for your item.
Ooh.
Ew, not Houndmaster. Kevin, after DVD, we're gonna play some Fortnite if you want to play.
So she has friends till the end.
Cute. Oh, and whatever corrupts this shit.
Probably Grim Embrace.
I'm gonna go for a save so I can get my conviction. Coming, Momo. Gotta save you.
Okay, she's blind. She's playing with no monitor. Like, I walked right past her. I'm taking her across the map.
Me? Yeah, Monte and I are gonna play Fortnite if you want to play. Join us. Only for a little bit. The end stream. After this.
Oh, she is on me, but isn't on me at the same time. Oh, no,
Sorry, I'm back on that gen.
Okay, I'm on a different one nearby.
Okay, bet. I can just finish this. Oh.
might be smart to get all the like middle gens done. That way she has to go a further distance.
No, that's fair. Exactly, Monte. Doesn't matter, let me dance. Oh, I see you. I see you guys.
Yep. Ooh. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring her over here.
It's okay, I finished the gen.
He did mean it.
Okay, so that's ugly.
Oh.
I'm just running for my life.
No, don't. No. No!
Yeah,
not
she
for
left me.
me.
She left me.
She's on me.
And you know what you started.
Honestly, she's
You
not
wanna
gonna
heal?
I kind of like that. Ooh, yes, rubbing. Please.
Oh, I don't have a med kit anymore because she fucking
Oh
hit it
shit!
out of my hand.
I just realized that I need to go back for mine.
Yeah, I don't have my flashlight. I don't know where I dropped it.
If I find it, I'll let you know.
My med kit's somewhere around here, but girl, I can't be
Mine's
bothered.
in that jungle gym.
Jack's going.
Oh, your flashlight's right here. Or Star's flashlight. Somebody's green flashlight is in the
Mine.
jungle
Oh,
gym. Right instead of me.
She's gonna hit me down.
No.
Shit, I forgot she has friends Leanne, so I'm gonna move off this gen and see if I can take her away. Oh, I think this is your medkit, Momo. It's behind the truck that's over
Whoa.
here.
Sorry, I'm in a match and I couldn't hear.
Or she's
Guys,
Oh.
never. No. This gen is almost done over here too.
Is it a blood gen or a regular?
It's a blood gen by Shaq.
Oh, okay.
Did you say my name? I did say your name. I was wondering if you wanted to play Fortnite.
Say my name. She's coming. She's coming.
Say my name.
I'm first.
When? Well, after DVD, of course. Yes, please. Yeah, with Monte.
Come on, let's go.
I'm gonna go put this blood in Gen actually.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to my gen and see if I can put that. Oh, I think stars on okay, period.
No!
Honestly, we're kind of like steamrolling her right now.
Just a little bit.
But I
Are
feel
you
like-
my cousin? Am I your cousin? Oh, he my husband.
Thank you.
Do we think she has no edge? She has frosty eyes. I don't trust it.
True.
What's my name? Guys, this blood gem won't be finished.
Come on,
I have adrenaline if you want to unhook me real quick.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh, she lost me?
Where's your blood gen?
Right by Shaq.
My flashy! Oh,
I need to still grab mine.
ooh, Diva, you're fading.
You two heal. I'll be right back.
Yep. W
So
adrenaline.
Journeys.
Say my name, say my name. He kind of eats with the vocals in that video.
Yes. I think he was at the Renaissance tour, Cowboy Carter tour or something, and she pointed him out.
Really?
So
No
cute.
way.
Yes.
Like, remember this
Adorable.
guy from 10 years ago in my other show?
Oh, I'm under pallet. She's just staring at me.
I'm right here, I'm right here, I'm right here.
Oh, she sees you?
Yeah.
She's like a fucking perceiving. She's a perceiver.
Okay.
No.
I can get the hook. I can get the save.
This
Which
could be my-
door? Oh, she's taking you to the door. Thank you,
Oh,
ma'am.
here.
Thank you.
This is-
Hey,
oh,
Diva.
really? Wait, I want to pet the dog.
Yeah, me too. W dog. W dog. Good scratches. Good scratches.
Hello, what is the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
Can I pet that dog? No, dead ass. GG's. Okay, we finally got a rhythm, and maybe how Master just she was the T.
Honestly, real.
W Hound Mommy. Love her down.
No, literally. Are you guys still good to run some more, or do you guys have to head out?
Yeah, I can still run some more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
So I can go for longer now.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh. So yeah, maybe we'll go another half hour, and at 7 my time, I'll switch over. You guys-
Okay.
Yeah, that works.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's too much. I can't do it. Y'all have
Oh, you're like, I fear I'll have to block you and unfollow and
Exactly,
leave your
uh,
Discord and never talk to you again.
the restraining order is like literally in the mail.
In the mail. Ooh, some pizza. What if I had pizza for dinner instead of a
Ooh, do it. I got
chicken
pizza.
wings and rice? I just don't want to cook rice. It's gonna take too. And by too long, I mean I don't want to wait for it to be cooked. Pizza though, it'll all be ready.
But then that might take as long as the rice, though.
Yeah, but I don't have to think about it. It's like 10 minutes in the oven. You know? Rice takes like 20 minutes in a pot. There's like a process. Gotta wait for water to boil.
Oh, I thought that you meant ordering. I was about to be like, yeah, order the pizza.
Oh no! I have a frozen pizza.
Honestly, real.
Period.
It's like a rosemary and chicken pizza.
Wait,
Kind of. It's more like a flatbread
Ooh, yum.
pizza. It's Euphoria night. Eat pizza. You're right. You're right. I think this is gonna be another 4 out. What do y'all think?
I agree.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Generators.
I wonder who the killer is.
Oh, it's,
It's
Chucky.
Chucky.
Is it?
Manifesting at Tiffany. No.
No,
He
it's-
saw
it's
me.
It's a regular little toy. I did call it.
You jinxed us.
Sorry. I didn't know you guys
I'm
hated him so
offended.
much. I didn't know you hated him so much.
Never coming back.
I'm never coming back.
Exclamation point, unfollow, unsub, block,
Mhm.
remove.
On
Girl.
DVD.
On DBD.
I think the killers have a vendetta against Momo.
So
Girl,
he's got
I'm always-
the end.
Yeah,
First
Momo's
and
been
chase, first down.
first chase like almost every match. They're just sniffing you out. They're like, Renato, where? Poor Momo.
It's okay, Monte. That's my That's my curse in this game,
Oh.
sadly.
I'm
At
going
least
for
I get friends
C.
again off of me. So you know what? That's T. I love that.
Oh, it was friends again?
Yeah.
Well, Momo, come here. Let me help you out.
Nah, baby, I'm okay here.
You're like, trust, I'm better here. I'm safer here.
Literally.
Okay, convictions up. Going for the Bestina. La Bestina.
La Vestina. Oh, let me change this. So I'm listening to music and I was listening to Hysteria by BB Rexa, and why is Pinky Up the next song?
Ooh, chopped.
Yeah, more like thumbs down. I don't know. Oh, he's coming back to Hook?
Guys, I fear I'm gonna die of 5 gens.
Wait, Ryan, come here.
Nah, I'm a chop against Chucky.
Never. Pallet.
Yuck!
No. Oh, I just saw 2 light beams in the sky. Oh, now I have friends. Not the floppies up. I haven't heard that song yet.
I mean, I'll admit, like, from what I've listened to, only one part is actually good in my opinion. Outside that, I'm just like, you know, Manon dodged a bullet, not being associated with this song.
I'm dead.
Literally.
Otra vez. Oh,
Back with you guys.
Oh.
yeah, I deserve that. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Oh, I'll run for Star.
He's lost, I fear.
I went away.
He went back for Star. Or no, he didn't. He went back to the gen. Hit the gen. Bruh. He went back to the hook.
Oh, run. I heard him make the little yeah noise.
Yep, he's right there. And he's on me.
Oh, Diva, don't let the worms win. Don't tunnel. Not at 5 gens. You don't have to.
No, please, be serious. We're at 5 gen.
Oh, he wants me so bad.
Oh, he sees me.
Hey, Peter. Welcome in. Thank you for the check-in. How you doing? How you doing, Fran? Oh,
I hate him on this map. I can't see him.
I didn't realize I was mending you.
I was gonna say, oh, only doing half the job. Okay.
Oh my god, friends
Oh.
again.
He's going for you guys, yeah.
Oh!
Not the head nuts.
Kevin with the check-in. Thank you, Kevin. Peter, how's your Sunday? He's going right toward you guys, Momo. He's following. No, he's going. I lost him, but he went over toward Momo. I think.
I hear my time approaching.
I'm circling back.
The clock is ticking. Get away, Chucky!
Yes,
Yeah, get
literally.
away from our Momo. Who the fuck are you? Don't touch Momo like that.
Me running into the fucking comp corner over here. Bitch.
Okay, calm corner. Eat him up.
No.
Me and my
Oh.
2-second chases this match. Girl, bye. Get me out of here. Meow.
Neo.
I love birthday. Well, it's fine. Fine, Diva. It's not bad. You got it. Oh, yeah,
Without
you can
stone.
go. Please be for real.
Sunday's been good. Dad's B-Day celebrated. Ooh, happy birthday, Dad. Papa Peter. Papa Bunny. Are there any more blood gems?
He's on me.
I see. Anything to keep a smile on your face. That emo I'm cackling. Hi Terry, welcome in. Get your check-in, friend. How you doing, Terry? How was your stream last night? It was good. Did you stay up till 6 a.m. again? Be honest.
He left me, I think.
Yeah. He's on me. He's hitting the gen in front of me. The pallets here are there.
Okay, it's coming back here to me. Okay, he hit my gen. I'm gonna see if I can take him around. Oh, yep, he's on me. Oh, I keep running into shit.
Yeah, there's so much shit around this map. No. Okay, was it 5:30? Yeah. Oh. He heard me moaning. We're about to switch over to Fortnite here, actually. Yeah, he literally heard me going, ooh, ah, ooh. 5:20, actually. Oh. Now, Terry, why are you up so late? Star, I fear only one of us makes it out.
I voted to you.
I'm exposed right now. Well,
Oh shit.
you may have booted up Pokopia after stream. I played Pokopia at the start of stream, and I showed everybody my islands. Okay, Star. No pressure to save. I might just miss my checks. For the one time. Decorated evolution houses? Ooh.
Pull him off, Hugstar. Don't let him go next.
No. GG's. And that's just sometimes how the cookie crumbles, unfortunately.
Exactly.
I'm still waiting to unlock Cyndaquil in Pokopia, so...
Oh, I hear the hatch too.
No way!
It was right next to me.
Shout out to that guy. He really wanted to win. Alright, let's dump these points. Let's see how far we get. We're honestly only going one level at a time every like 3 matches. Oh, 95. Maybe it won't be today. Maybe it won't be this stream. That just means I can't do it off stream. I have to literally wait. So let's stream next.
I just got my Hanatu to level 50.
Let's go. The grind don't stop. I have so many habitats to make. Yeah, me too. This isn't build. Well, hello, Joey. We're literally going to play Fortnite right after this, actually. Like 10 minutes. We'll probably only do a few matches of that because the sun's setting on my my morale for stream. I'm gonna have to turn it off.
Is this LG?
Depends how long it lasts.
Okay.
Play into 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
I haven't played in so long. Me neither. I haven't played Fortnite in so long. All of our Fortnite friends don't play. But you know, tired. Don't play. Wong doesn't play. I have no one play. Well, apparently I have some.
Oh, well, I mean, if you ever want somebody to play Fortnite with, I'm down.
Yes.
Well, look at that. Oh, it's a Dracula.
Yes, Daddy. Is it the girthy Dracula skin? Be honest. No, it's Lady Dracula. Oh, but they're LGBT as fuck, though.
They are.
Hi, I was Chucky. Oh, GG. How I play? You were very interesting. What was the point of view? Oh, my mic's on.
We can hear you on the Discord.
Yeah.
That's a different mic for Discord. Oh, now my mic's
Oh.
Oh. I think my mic was unplugged. Thank you. Thanks, Monte. Thanks, Monte. I don't know what happened. Welcome in, Chucky. We, you were our first non-trapper in, like, 2 games.
Like 5.
5 games, yeah. We played against a lot of trappers tonight. Welcome in, Jaco. How are your matches tonight? Am I still muted? No, I shouldn't be muted. I think it's fine. This makes me wish I had a flashlight. Let's see. I don't scare him. I don't scare him. I don't scare him. I don't scare him. It's all good now? Okay, bet. I was nervous. Like, damn, he's fast as hell. Oh my god, just chasing my ass down. Oh my god. Well. He's just mowing me down. He's down with LGB.
Oh. Go for safe.
Well, damn. Thank you.
Oh shit! How did he get that grab?
Oh my god, and he of course sees me.
That was funny.
I'll go for safe.
Okay. Yeah, I'm on death hook. This is not cute.
I love rage baiting killers sometimes. They're so fun.
Thank you. Oh,
Damn.
oh my! Oh, I fucked up.
No way. How did you hit me? How did he hit me there? That's crazy. Big whiff. Dude, I don't even like what? I'm not even at the pallet. How is he literally throwing flames through rock? Now, that's not cute. The gen in Gallows is being worked on, by the way. It's a blood gen.
Noted.
Okay.
Let's see if we can find a blood pump.
All of them
They're all
are
right outside
all in
Shaq.
front of Shaq. Yeah, literally.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he was over there so much. There's literally 4 in a row.
Not the basement. How rude.
Okay, hold on. Because he didn't even put me on back hook. That's sick.
Oh. Sorry, you're gonna get hatched.
Oh yay.
Do we have an offering? Or no?
No.
Okay, no slug. That's good. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, hell no.
I see it, I see it, I see it.
Let's go!
W.
GG's. Another 4 out? Y'all are sweaty boots. Oh man, that was so stressful.
I really thought he was gonna go straight and close on me, and I was like, please don't do it, please don't do it.
How do we get out of here?
GG's, guys. Alright, that's gonna be my last one. That was
Thank
twas
you
the
for
last
the
one. No,
games.
thank you guys for making time for me. Glad that we were able to coordinate and make it all work. And
Yeah.
until next time, because I had so much fun doing this.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
It was so
Well, yeah.
fun. Thank you guys.
Thank you guys. Well, it's time for my
You
shit.
guys are the best.
Good night, guys. And I'll let you know
Bye.
if I see you guys on, I'm just gonna be like, hey, I'm back on. It's not on stream.
For real.
Yes, of course. Anytime.
Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye bye.
Well, it's time for my shift. Yes, it is, sir. We'll do like an hour. I think we'll do an hour of Fortnite. How about that? Maybe an hour and a half, right? Because it's 4.5 hours stream so far. That was so fun. Thank you, Momo. Thank you, Ryan, and thank you, Star, for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys so much. It means literally so much to me that people want to come and hang out with me. Time to clock in and lock in, Monte. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Monte, you're the carry because I don't play this. Also, like, if anybody like Ryan, if you wanted to play Fortnite, or Momo, if you wanted to play Fortnite, I know Kevin said, or I invited Kevin, so maybe I'll just invite him. So we might have a spot open, if anything. Momo, have we played? Well, we're PlayStation friends. And where's Kevin? There's Fortnite, but I do be playing. Oh, okay. Oh, it's Doja. I'm in the VC Monte. GG Star Momo, yeah, GG's. What the fuck are you wearing? It's my. You don't like it? Like, what is Toy Story doing here? Let's talk about this. Fortnite, I have a question. Like, what are we doing? So I'll wear this one. Oh, there you are.
Well, hello.
Well, hello. Play duos. You only play zero builds?
I could play either.
Oh. You're a sweat.
Well, I do sweat when I play. But
You're like, I be sweating. I do be sweating. Oh, you're Pedro Pascal.
Well, yes. Oh, wait. Hold on. What's going on? Okay. Now, this is my first game in like a week, so don't expect much.
Likewise. Hi, Wolfie. Welcome in. How you doing? Wolfie, do you want to play Fortnite? I heard your sweat. OMG, is this a new DVD? Well, something like that. We just did a sweat.
You know, you're the bus driver.
Oh, I've never drove the bus before. Where are we going? I'm taking y'all off the map. Who's driving this bus? I'm doing good. How are you? Honestly, I'm doing great. Tonight has been a lot of fun.
Oh, this bus driver don't know how to drive. You're supposed to be going straight.
Nah, I'm taking y'all to the water.
Not the U-turn.
We're
I
going
will
back
turn this
home.
bus
I will
around.
turn this bus around. All these people are like, what the fuck?
Never letting him drive the bus again.
Hoopy, how was your day? Casey still, eh? I hope you had a great day. I hope you were productive and the way you wanted to be.
He didn't do shit all
Ate
day.
some good. Oh, is that true? What is this gold fishing? So far, just about to go get some coffee. Is that you fighting?
Oh,
Oh, it might be.
they shooting.
DVD looks a little different today. Well, we just played DVD. And this is the DVD portion of stream. Now we're playing Fortnite. Ow. My action. Gotta change stream category? Oh my god, yes. You're absolutely right. What corner? Hey. Oh, is that shotgun? Let me get that.
Alright, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I'm flying away.
Oh,
Car here. Somebody fighting you?
no. Ooh, what's this?
I know, that's what I was looking at, but I don't have a fishing rod. I wonder what you'll get. Oh, you just get gold weapon.
Oh,
Oh, what the hell is this? A Midas flopper? No way. At each
what?
time, I didn't know Monte was into zero builds. I didn't know Monte didn't like zero builds.
That is
I
crazy.
stole that from you. Sorry.
Oh my god. It turned all my guns gold. You can have this if you want this.
There's a guy up here.
You want this gold?
AR.
That's all right. Ooh, come on, Bronco.
Yeah.
I like this.
Isn't it so nice with the wood paneling? Adding this to stream tags just for Manon. Yeah, I have to add that to my Justice for Momo. Wait, whose streamer tag is gooning for Momo? 'Cause that was kind of crazy. Is another team shooting at you? No way.
It's okay. Who's that?
He's getting shot at from somewhere else. Over here.
Oh, I see.
Here.
Oh. Don't die, sis. Oh.
No, he's almost dead. Literally one shot, one shot.
Well, 1 second, girl. Give me 1 second.
They're reviving right on me. Or
Give me one.
I'm gonna crawl to you. I'm gonna crawl over to you. You're looking for me. No. GG. No, baby, this is the new GPT. Oh, Fortnite. Yeah, we're playing Fortnite. GG. That was hard.
It's okay. It's all right.
Kevin, do you want to join? Kevin, to be honest, do you want to play? Do you still want to play? Just Swift with the besties? Yeah, Momo was literally being chased first every single match. 6 people or something. Gooning for Momo? Yeah, gooning for Momo is crazy to see his tag. I was like, oh. Is one of them Justin? Oh! No, well. Justin, do you play builds too? I do play builds.
Oh, let's play builds.
Yeah, we can play builds. You were hesitant. I didn't want to force you to play. Run a match? Okay, period. Kevin, we're going to play builds, okay? Just be ready. Put a wall up. I do play builds. I do. That's. I've been.
Nah, I know you play, but are you good?
Yeah, I used to run reload, like ranked reload.
Wow.
Before my friend retired. We used to run ranked reload all the time. Like tons of Unreal reload matches. I don't know. I'm gonna be rusty playing builds, but
Oh. No worries.
oh, I'm not worried.
Oh. That was for me. Caught my nerves. So, what is this skin supposed to be?
Well, I think of it as my Legion skin. This is Legion if they were in Fortnite.
Ew.
Is that you, Wolfie? Legion in Fortnite? Gross. I do not play builds. I like playing builds. Bento Box. He's doing exactly what I did.
That's crazy. Let's go ahead and let's go.
Oh, fine. Exhausting. Yeah. My Halloween costume idea was to match, like, combine this with each. Three ARs.
Now we're talking.
Actually,
Got some pizza. See, even Fortnite is telling you to get pizza.
yeah, I think I'm just gonna do. weary by Solange. No, literally. People rolled up on me.
Coming.
I missed all my shots.
Oh, you got it. Let me get this rivalry.
I hear them fighting literally right over this way.
Alright.
Nice. And has musical taste, yes, of course. That's normal. I have no ammo.
Nice. What kind of ammo do you need?
AR, medium.
I got some for you.
What's your cat's name? Oh!
Oh, what's my cat's name? Both Dave. From
Oh, I'm driving.
south. Yes.
Just going around the loop.
Oh, okay. Trying to kill me.
That's all I wanted. I just wanted that. Not too much on my Momo. I will come over there for the second part. Oh, hush, hush now. Haven, what's up, Haven? How you doing, bro? Welcome in, welcome in.
Have you rode the llama yet?
No, I haven't. Wait, ride the llama?
You can ride them now.
I don't want the DMR. Thought?
If you go up there, you can ride it.
Llama, come here. Come here, can I ride you? Oh! Stop! This is so cute! Hell yeah! I'm just chilling. Ooh, Haven, you trying to play? Trying to join the lobby? Oh, that's how you jump. Are you fighting?
These builds.
Yeah, I'm down to play for a bit. Yeah, we're only playing for a little bit. I'm just gonna hit 6 hours. Nice. Let's go. Don't tempt me with a good time. I'm waiting. Oh yes. We'll keep Momo waiting. There's Haven. Haven, we're in the VC. Where my VC on my Discord if you want to join.
I'm gonna go to these kind of strats over here. I can't remember where I'm going to go.
Hi Haven.
What's T?
What's tea? What's the tea? Ow.
Oh.
Oh, they're getting fought.
Yeah, let's go third party.
Yeah,
If you
low-key.
can.
I can.
Oh, they
Ever.
sprayed me.
Can you get? Oh, oh.
Ah.
I wasn't sure how close you could. Loading up. Oh, you're gonna play? Okay, Kevin. You're sure? You totally don't have to. You can totally try to play later.
Run, Legion, run. Oh. Oh. Oh.
Like, damn, y'all want me bad. Well, that was fun.
Oh my god, your little thing scared me.
Where can I heal you? Oh, I don't even have enough to buy you back. No, I do. Looking for a man in finance. Where's the Reba man? Oh, right in front of my
Right in
face.
front of you.
I should have built a box, huh? A man with money, yes
Yeah.
please. Yes, exactly. Just fun. 5 blue eyes.
Blue eyes. Anytime I think about that song, I think about Dancing with the Stars.
They actually dance to that.
Mm.
See them right here.
I do have shield miss for ass. Hey, hey, oh.
Dooba dooba da dooba 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 dee dooba dee dooba 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 dee.
Birthday. Okay, I need some mats and some guns.
I can swap or split mats here.
Oh. If you don't mind. Oh.
That's not right. I pressed
Dang.
the wrong button.
Oh,
There you go.
thank you. Now, do you have any shotgun ammo?
Oh yeah. Ammo 2 here.
Yes, thank you, thank you. Oh, man. I never died.
Honestly, not even. Just a cute man that treats me like a princess I am. Well, sometimes you just need that too. Sometimes you need that too, Jam. Sometimes you need that too.
Let's go.
Let's see
Let's
what's in
go.
this
I'm the
building.
goat.
Were you playing a match?
Yeah, I just want to do anything.
Oh.
I was warming up.
Sweating.
Alright. Alright. I'm ready to push.
I don't like that.
Oh, oh, oh.
They missed every shot, by the way.
Oh my god, they be tearing me up.
Knocked one up there. Oh, it's Bento Box. He was the bus driver.
Push.
Put that bus driver.
Dead.
Nice.
Let's score.
Alright. Okay.
Harpoon gun? What? No.
That's kind of crazy.
Give me that crown.
This is BMR.
Collect that rivalry. Collect that.
Yeah, I dropped it by accident.
So what shit
It's a
is that?
gold harpoon gun? Excuse me. Is that what you're talking about, Hayden?
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's a mythic.
Yeah.
I don't know how much damage it does.
Oh, 3 shots to brick walls. Interesting.
We can leave there. We gotta go to circle.
Oh, here.
Oh.
I'm carrying the harpoon gun, you know, for shits and gigs.
I haven't seen that gliding.
Oh, they're the last team. So we can just.
Oh, they're gliding.
Yeah, I see him.
Oh, they're going for the sword truck.
Yeah, they're gonna heal.
Nice, Monte.
Alright, come on.
Yep. This guy's right here.
In the storm?
Yeah, he has the self revive. I knocked him, or one of them did. He had a self revive, yeah.
I see him right there.
Oh, he's so low.
Oh.
You can try healing me.
Oh.
Are y'all ready to carry me? Yes. Haven is fully the carry too. Clearly Monte's the carry. Oh no, not the storm! That is so unfortunate. He had one health. He had one
That is
health.
crazy.
And he self-revived at that. Uh. Kevin, come play.
Hey.
Hey, 10 up, 10 up, 10 up, 10 up.
Hey.
We got this. We building? Yeah, we are. Bedtime. Thanks for having me, Matt. I'm glad you were here, bro. Have a good sleep. I hope you have a good. You know. Have a good night, bro. Help me, Momo. You panic. It's so real. If you got him.
Where are we going?
Oh. I don't have my bob on though. Go get your bob, Kevin.
I hear a motorcycle.
Oh, that's Monte.
Devious ally.
Kevin.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go this way because I need more loot.
Oh. Wait, actually, yeah, take the big spot. I'm back. Sorry, I had to grab some din din. Oh, don't be sorry. I'm glad you went to go get food. I won't be on much longer because I have to go do the same. Eat some din din. But we'll probably play a few more matches here and be done for the night. Haven, are you fighting?
Maybe.
Oh.
He said, I don't need these legs.
Literally. I'm just gonna loot my whole way over there. Laughing because I didn't realize I closed out of DVD. I was just running like the whole hour. Oh my god, really? Oh, period. What did you get for dinner, Star? From to hours on DVD, don't expose my secret. Oh, so you just leave it on while you eat. Jump through the window! Oh, that was too far.
Damn, you are just killing it.
Feels like riding a bike. Made some salad with roast potatoes and chicken. Chicken? I love chicken.
Real.
Pizza. Oh, guys, did you guys see my hand? Oh my god, my hand looks so crazy. Look out. I fear this is my fave emote. And it should be. I'm glad you liked it. Haven just pulling up on... Let's go, Haven! You gotta hate that, not gonna lie.
Anybody got a big pot?
I barely have heals, but 3 medkits. Alright, we're kinda doing good. Hey, if this is friendship continues to blossom, we could one day become IRL friends. Yes! What's in there, Monte? What you
Oh, nothing.
got? Oh. You
I
don't
like a
wanna
big
share.
pot.
You gotta.
Where's Haven?
You gotta self-res.
Haven.
I'm
Nah,
gone.
it was just.
He said, I'm gone. He said, what big pot? I don't need that. No, because why is Haven already on another team? Let me follow the leader at this point. Yep. Cute. Oh!
Ah! That's like my check. Ah.
My check. Oh, not the GTA ramp. Oh, in here, Haven, in this building. There's 2 people. Hell yeah.
Oh look, big pot.
Oh, Oh, a chug jug.
I'm just a driver at this point.
Is there another big pot?
Where'd my car go?
It's up here.
Oh, I showed it.
It's the one that has the body dent in it, because you didn't do anything.
The one that has Monte shaped dent in the front. Oh, look for shots.
Hop in. Hop in. Hop in, did, hop in, did.
See, I wanted a big pot. Alright, I'm coming. Yeah, Star's the best. Honestly, well, the next time we're streaming, we definitely will have open lobbies too, so more friends can meet each other. Also, I'm definitely gonna take up the Among Us recommendation, and I'll make an announcement in Discord about maybe doing Among Us next week too. I think that would be a lot of fun. You play Among Us with
I'm a
me?
great liar.
Oh, are you now? I would love to
I've been
play
lying
Among
this whole
Us.
time.
Pulled off your mask. You're like, I'm really.
Wolfie! Okay.
Oh, that would
Imagine.
be insanity. My mind would be literally shook.
I'll be lurking in the shadows. Just...
Oh, let me go get that self revive. Oh, there's 3 supply
What
drops.
the heck is this? I changed the radio station on here. Ah. You wanna get that thing, Kevin? The self revive?
Yeah, Kevin, get a self revive.
Oh.
Ooh! Ooh, the drive-by, like, literally. But... Oh, man. Shotgun's really good. Shotgun's, like, really good. I fear Among Us. I will protect you. No, we have to play Among Us. Also, Peak? Who's playing Peak with me? Because I'm trying to get back to Peak.
You want a purple? Shotgun?
I got that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Kevin.
I was like, hey. He should be squirter. Squirt.
Squirt, squirt, squirt. I want to play Peak so bad. You still need to buy it? Okay, I would totally run Peak on stream too. Again.
Bro, same spot.
Well, yes.
Bro, another one close by. Where you at? He's over here.
Don't worry, guys. I got this one. I can take a break.
Monty. You think about me.
Anyway.
Oh, there was a person rolling around over here. I didn't even notice that. Haven, Monte, do you want this look? Oh, this person really.
Where is it? The sub truck?
Down here.
Oh.
Like I'm just flying back and forth at this point. Can you make that jump, do you think? That's too far. Not our rivals outside of Storm.
Go to him.
Yeah, what's that?
Nice.
Last person.
Easy peasy. Oh. Oh. Well. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, I just had to do the carrying real quick. For the
Yeah, Monte. What would we do without you? Alright, I'm gonna play one more. And then I'm done. I'm all Fortnited out. I'm all
That was
gamed.
quick.
I'm actually all streamed out. I'm done to play, but I also want to eat.
Oh, Fortnite.
You've been on for a minute.
Yeah, it's a long stream today. But I will be down to play off stream. I just need to turn off the cameras and the lights. No pictures, please. Ooh, big stretch, big stretch. Wow. Your cat making noises.
A little about that.
The kitty is purring.
I'm sorry. Let me take me up.
Yeah, I'm ready to eat. I'm home.
$94 stream? That's crazy.
94 hours. Let's talk about math. How many days that is? 94 hours. Is that the whole week? 5 hours? I could never. Justin is a trooper. Honestly, I'm way past my expiration date. Usually it's 3 hours, and I'm like, I'm done. Barely. Sometimes it's 2 hours, and I'm like, okay, I'm done. But I've been having fun.
Yeah, this is fine.
Monte's carrying. Haven's here. I've known Haven for like 6 years too. So we're all going out to eat together. Yeah, I heard Ryan's picking us up in the whip. We're getting dinner. I expire it too. Yes, I poof. Usually it turns into dust. I'd be so ready to give up before I hit go live. Stop, never. I like going live. I like hanging out with friends. But I'm not gonna hold you after a certain time. I'm like,
Have you ever had a
I
crispy?
need a nap.
Have you ever gone to Krispy Kreme? Was it crispy?
Was it crispy?
Ooh.
Right.
Wait, I'm sure this would go so much faster if everybody was ready. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Do not tell me what to do.
Exactly, Momo. That's right, Momo. You better.
Because you're asking for it.
Do not tell me what to
You're
do.
dying for it. Get off my back.
You heard that, Monte? Get off my back. Dying for it.
You're dying for it.
Okay, but you're not ready either, Monte.
Wait, it says I'm ready.
Wait, really?
Is the lobby just fucked?
On my screen, it just says, yeah, maybe the lobby's messed up.
It says you're not ready. It
It
says
says
I'm
Justin's
ready.
not ready.
For me, it says Justin's not ready.
Oh,
Yes,
maybe
same.
the lobby's working. I was ready. I was ready to do so. I'm gonna redo the lobby. Oh. Not letting me invite. Where's Kevin? Kevin, where are you? Oh, there you
Here.
are. Here, present.
Clang.
Not 1v1v. Not 1v1v. I'm trying to invite you. So that's crazy. Oh, is it really? Is it crazy to think that my friend would buy dinner for me? Is it? Not the dollar store. Oh, that's what's crazy. So the dollar store for dinner. Y'all see what they sell there for food? It's all canned.
Oh,
that's scary.
So we're eating pizza rolls for dinner.
So we're eating pizza rolls. Yeah, pizza roll, beer. Yeah, Momo said we're cheap and easy. Really, Momo? Is that what you think about us? You think you're just gonna go to the dollar store and buy some Funyuns and that's gonna be enough? Oh, I like that skin. I have that one too. Mr. Fortnite, please put us in a match.
Wait, no, because I fuck with Costco hot dogs.
A Costco hot dog? I've never had a Costco.
I will be satisfied.
Not too much on Dollarama. Oh, buy us a banquet TV dinner and expect to, yeah,
Dollarama.
literally. Dollarama is crazy. Sorry, I forgot to say that's where I'm dropping you off. Oh, you're dropping Ryan off at the dollar store. That's too much. That is too much. Wait, Fortnite really said, "Oh, you're done playing." Because why are we not getting into a match?
Literally, they said actually go ahead and
End
go ahead and
stream.
clock out for me.
They said, "Actually, go ahead and end stream." No. I was actually enjoying Fortnite.
This is a sign.
I know it's a sign to end and get my dinner. I might just do that. 2 minutes? Let's see. I'm
It's
gonna wait
crazy.
for 3. And then I might just have to be like, it's a wrap. Your lobby is still bugged? I think so too, but like, maybe somebody else just build the lobby. Somebody else build the lobby. I'll invite you. Somebody else invite me. It doesn't say everyone's ready. Yeah, it still said Monte wasn't ready, but I know Monte was. Because it was looking for a match still. And then all right, let's see. Oh, see, now it says, okay, it says Haven's ready. It says I'm ready. It still says Monte's not ready. I don't think that's true.
Am I the bugger?
I don't think that's true. I think Monte's ready.
It says you're not ready.
It might be a sign. It might be. I'm being forced out.
And on that note, thank you for coming on my show.
On my show. Yeah, guys, it's gonna be a chop. It seems. It seems like we're done. Yeah, I think Epic has decided it's over.
Just vote.
Just vote. Thank you for playing, guys. I'm actually gonna go get
Alright.
it. Nina.
It's been fun.
Bye, Haven. Good night, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys, we were told no. Fortnite's being homophobic today. And that's okay. What you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I am gonna get Din Din. It's about that time. It's time for just. I think I'm gonna make my rice. I'm gonna take some time away from the screen. No, because why Fortnite play in my case? Like, I don't know. I don't know why Fortnite said no. I knew you said I knew you meant face, but I also wasn't gonna assume. No, thank you for games. Thank you for being here. Thank you for agreeing to play with me for like as long as we did. Now Twitch playing if I spell literally autocorrect. Like I said before, we're gonna raid out to Ronnie, and she's doing open boobies for Phasmophobia. So if anybody wants to play Phas with her, raid Ronnie 1616, right? Let's copy those raid messages if you can, and go hang out with Ronnie. Thank you for the games and stream. No, thank you guys for playing. Thank you for streaming everything. You were truly amazing. I hope you... Star, I honestly, that means the world to me, and I feel the same way about you and like honestly everybody here. Like I feel so grateful to have met all of you. I feel so grateful that you guys like hanging here with me. Like it means a lot that I do this to hang out with y'all, and y'all feel the same way. I'm snitching when we get in there. No, don't snitch. It was a mistake. Stream is only fun for you, like with you guys, and I do this to hang out with y'all, and so it means the world to me when people show up and show out. Thank you for all the gifted subs today. Thanks for all the new friends and the raids, and honestly, just all the vibes. Like I said, life is just a crazy mess, and I'm so grateful that I have my community on Twitch to like remind me of the things that are important, which is like connections, and like looking out for people and building community. So I really appreciate it. I love you all so much. I won't be live again till Friday. Like we're starting the new schedule. But I will announce in the Discord whenever I'm gaming, and if people want to hop in, feel free to DM me. But anyway, bye.